pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state and members, to the leader of the opposition, her members, and Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new member.
Madam Clerk, can you kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new members?
I, Florencio Marin Jr., do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of my ability discharge my duties as a member of the House of Representatives and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, pursuant to Standing Order 73 of this House, I have chosen the persons to be members of the Committee of Selection, which will be charged with the task of recommending to the House the names of members to serve on the 14 standing committees. I will serve as the chairperson of the committee, and the members will be Honorable Anthony Mahler, Honorable Orlando Habet, Honorable Dr. Osmond Martinez, Honorable Tracy Panton, and Honorable Hugo Pat. Standing Order 79-7 state that the Speaker shall appoint the time and place for the first meeting of the committees. The first business to be transacted, therefore, shall be the election of the chairperson. However, as there are bills and motions set down on the order paper, which must be referred to the standing committee, I propose, with the concurrence of the House, of course, to suspend the sitting to enable the Committee of Selection to elect a chairperson and consider and report to the House on the appointment of members to the 14 standing committees of the House of Representatives. It is the wish Is it the wish of the host that the sitting be suspending to allow the committee of selection to meet and report back to the house? All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. All those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is now suspending until the committee of selection has concluded its business.
Presentation of report from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairman of the Committee of Selection.
Morning, Mr. Speaker, and morning to everybody. It's good to be back in the House, and I would like to firstly congratulate all the new members of the House. Let's work, let's have a fruitful set of discourse throughout this term, and let us represent all Belizean people as best as possible. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present report number HR 01114, report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to the standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Honorable Member, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business. Motion.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of Selection.
Mr. Speaker, this is the adoption of the report from the Committee of Selection, Motion 2025. I move, be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to the standing committees of the House of Representatives be adopted.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that the report from the Committee of Selection on the appointment of members to the Standing Committee of the House of Representatives be adopted. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Papers.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and please allow me a few moments first to welcome everybody back to this honorable House and to welcome the new leader of the opposition and her team. And we look forward to a lively debate, but a constructive debate between both sides. So again, welcome, and we look forward to have some good debates in the years to come. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present sessional paper HR 114, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2025-2026.
Honorable members, that paper is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Member of Indigenous, Constitutional, and Religious Affairs and Transportation.
Mr. Speaker, morning colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to defer the presentation of sessional paper number HR 2/1/14, Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Regulations of Transport at Border Points, Revised Amendment Regulations 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that presentation of sessional paper number HR 2/1/14, Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Regulation 25 be deferred. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Introduction of bills.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Mr. Speaker, this is the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st of March 2026 be read a first time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate certain sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in moving the second reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025, I seek your indulgence to deliver the budget speech from the podium. Mr. Speaker, I rise to present to this Honorable House and to the Belizean people our government's annual budget report. As it is customary, the report provides a comprehensive health check of the public finances with an assessment of the actual performance of the 2024-25 national budget and projections of revenues and expenditures for the new fiscal year 2025-2026. At the onset, let me inform that this presentation is a concise version of the budget speech, and so I invite all to check the social media platforms of the Government of Belize Press Office for the full text of the budget. I must confess it's still going to be quite long. Normally, the budget presentation and debate are scheduled for the month of March, prior to the start of government's financial year on the 1st April. This year's budget presentation, however, was delayed, as everyone knows, because of the general elections that took place on the 12th of March. Such a delay, which is provided for in the Finance and Audit Reform Act, is not unusual. Those on the other side know this or should know it very well. For their benefit and others who have questioned the timing, let's recall that after the general elections of 7th March 2012, the budget presentation took place on the 29th of June. On 2008, after the general elections on the 7th February of that year, the government presented a national budget on the 14th of July. Despite these precedents and others, I was informed that the new leader of the opposition had publicly suggested that the timing of government's budget presentation is somehow or somewhat irregular or suspicious. This is disappointing. Has she not resolved to make a break from the past and behave differently from her predecessor? His repeated false flags, crying wolf at every shadow, embellishing and exaggerating at every turn, all led to calamity for him and the opposition party on the 12th of March. To paraphrase the songwriter, it seems, and I quote, "You all are going through changes, but you haven't changed." Now, what would the opposition have said? I wonder if the government had tabled an early budget with the impressive performance I will explain today, and filled that budget with election plums, as previous administrations have done. the opposition would have stomped their feet and raised their voices in protest. Regrettably, as is now evident, an early budget was not necessary. The people of Belize saw and felt the historic advances of the last 4.5 years. And in their collective wisdom, they rewarded this administration for the second time with 26 seats in this honorable House. And the voters went further. They delivered a massive increase in our share of total votes, all the way up to a historic 68%. Never before in electoral politics has this been done. More than anything else, we are convinced that this thunderous endorsement by the electorate has to do with pocketbook policies. Pocketbook policies that began right here with fiscal and economic practices that have engineered nothing short of a miraculous economic transformation during the 4.5 years since this administration took office in 2020. The voters recognized that this is an administration that turns promise into performance. To set the table for this year's budget report and the new budget proposals, let me first recollect the crisis conditions that our government encountered upon taking office back in 2020. I will extrapolate from the doctor's diagnostic, the IMF report of the fiscal and economic health in 2020. GDP has shrunk by 14.1%. Tens of thousands were without work, and tens of thousands more were underemployed. The salaries of public sector employees had been cut and the increments cancelled. The overall budget deficit stood at 8.4% of GDP for fiscal year 2020-21. Public debt at peak was estimated at 132% of GDP and projected to remain menacingly high at 111% all the way to 2031. And the most frightening assessment was this, and I quote, "External financing is expected to gradually decline over time, worsening reserve adequacy and threatening the sustainability of the currency peg," end of quote. Those were the IMF's words. That is what they reported in their assessment. In plain language, Belize faced default and devaluation. Those were the dire circumstances of our starting point. Look at where we are today and how far common sense, pocketbook policies have brought the country from promise to performance. In 2024, according to the recently published IMF data, the IMF, not us, Belize had the highest GDP growth rate in the Western Hemisphere at 8.2%, second only to the oil exporting nation of Guyana. "97 out of every 100 Belizeans who seek work are now working." The government has achieved a primary budget surplus each year whilst we have been in office. The minimum wage was raised for all workers by almost 50% to $5 per hour, which affected thousands of workers. And foreign direct investments has totaled $1.12 billion over the past 4-year period between January 21st to September 2024. Over $1 billion, never before in the history of Belize. Not only was default vanquished, but the debt to GDP ratio, which currently stands at 61%, a level achieved 7 years ahead of the IMF's projected timeline. Not only was devaluation vanquished, but the Belize dollar is stronger than ever, sustained by combined central bank and commercial banks' foreign exchange deposits of almost $2.2 billion. Arguably, our most important achievement is the reversal of the poverty crisis we inherited, lifting thousands out of poverty. The national multidimensional poverty index is now down to 22.1%, with substantial gains in 5 or 6 of our 6 districts. This administration constantly roused by the quality of life of our people, and that is why so much of the spending and investments I will unveil today focuses on education, healthcare, citizen security, and infrastructure. As I acknowledge the confidence lent to us by the Belizean people in the recent election, I wish to salute the exemplary work of our public officers and teachers, of our private sector partners, of those in the NGO community, and our external bilateral and multilateral partners, all of whom deserve a fair share of the praise for Belize's spectacular revival. Moving from promise to performance, from the shifting sands of 2020 to the firm bedrock of 2025, is truly a story of teamwork. In today's interconnected world, understanding the global and regional economic landscape is crucial for navigating the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. Belize, like many other small, open economies, is influenced by a myriad of international developments that shape its economic trajectory. The year 2024 was marked by a complex and challenging global economic environment. Countries worldwide grappled with fluctuating commodity prices, ongoing geopolitical tensions, climate-related disruptions, and evolving global supply chains. In January 2025, the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, projected that the world output grew by 3.2% in 2024. As 2025 began, there was a palpable sense of cautious optimism regarding the future of global economic growth. This optimism was fueled by several encouraging signs of macroeconomic stabilization observed through 2024. The IMF projected global growth to reach 3.3% in 2025, reflecting a balanced outlook despite known headwinds and divergent risk. However, the global economic scene changed dramatically and unexpected on 2nd April 2025, when the United States unveiled significant new tariffs ranging from 10% to 50% on goods from 185 nations, including Belize. This day, dubbed as Liberation Day, marked a pivotal moment in American history. These tariffs were part of a broader strategy to protect domestic industries and address trade imbalances with the United States. Although many of these tariffs increases have been temporarily halted, the combination of these U.S. measures, retaliatory actions from China, and the general uncertainty about future tariffs and possible exemptions has collectively lowered growth prospects for many countries. In April, the IMF projected a 0.5% point slowdown in the global economy, reducing growth to 2.8% in 2025, as both advanced and developing countries are expected to experience a deceleration in economic activity. Moreover, a restructuring of U.S. federal government services and a shift in policy focus have resulted in decreased U.S. grant funding for various international organizations and projects. This shift in policy has added further complications to global uncertainty, as many countries, including Belize, benefit from these grants for various development projects. Despite the significant global challenges that emerged in 2024 and that are unfolding in 2025, Belize showcased remarkable economic resilience characterized by ongoing growth, a steady decline in inflation, robust foreign reserves, and a stable banking sector. In 2024, Belize recorded spectacular real GDP growth of 8.2%, primarily driven by advancements in the services and secondary sectors. The services sector grew impressively by 10.5%, largely supported by resurgence in tourism. Stay-over tourist arrival exceeded pre-pandemic figures, rising by 10.7%, credited to effective marketing strategies and an increase in airlift capacity. Compared to 2023, arrivals jumped by 19.6%, whereas cruise visitors' numbers were almost identical. This sharp increase in overnight tourism positively affected associated service industries, including accommodation, food services, transportation, and distributed trade. Simultaneously, the secondary sector grew by 5.7%, fueled by strong electricity generation and construction activities, which offset declines in manufacturing output as reductions in flour, animal feed, and rum production outweighed increases in sugar and citrus production. However, the primary sector has contracted slightly, decreasing by 2.5%. This reduction is linked to drops in marine output, grain production, cattle exports, and mining, despite gains in the banana and sugar cane harvest. In terms of the labor market, the average unemployment rate in Belize fell to a record low of 2.1% in September 2024, down from 3.3% in 2025. Most job opportunities were in the wholesale and retail trade, tourism, and community, social, and personal services industries. However, the labor force participation rate declined slightly in 2024 as some individuals withdrew from the labor force. Gender disparities persist, with female unemployment being higher and female labor force participation rates being lower. On the external front, Belize experienced a modest widening of its current account deficit from 0.6% of GDP in 2023 to 1.5% in 2025. Although our export earnings from key commodities such as bananas, citrus juices, and molasses increased, these gains were insufficient to offset the higher spending on inputs of industrial equipment, food, building materials, and fuel. Furthermore, we faced adjusted financing costs on several loan facilities due to variable rates. On a positive note, record high tourist spending significantly offset some of this deficit, leading to a surge in tourism-related inflows into the banking system. Consequently, the central bank's foreign reserves remain at a healthy level, reaching $964.2 million at the end of December 2024, which is equivalent to approximately 4 months of merchandise imports. In monetary developments, Belize recorded an impressive 9.4% rise in its broad money supply in 2024, driven by growth in both foreign and domestic assets of the banking system. The net foreign assets of domestic banks experienced a remarkable surge of 44.8%, reaching $942.6 million, largely fueled by strong foreign exchange earnings from the thriving tourism sector and increased foreign investments. Additionally, the central bank's foreign reserves strengthened due to the receipt of loan disbursement proceeds, international grant inflows, and sugar exports earnings. On the domestic side, lending to the private sector continued its strong upward trend, surpassing $100 million for the third consecutive year. This lending bolstered household consumption, real estate transactions, and other sectors like professional services and manufacturing. Furthermore, domestic banks maintained high levels of liquid assets, supporting financial conditions for firm credit growth. Following the positive trends of 2024, Belize's broad money supply expanded by another 9.4% to $4.9 billion, aided by ongoing growth in the banking system's foreign assets. At the same time, asset quality in the banking sector improved, reflected in a reduced ratio of non-performing loans to total loans, thereby strengthening the overall stability of the financial system. In addition, domestic banks' surplus liquid assets surged by $347 million to $1,050.7 million, mainly driven by increases in their foreign balances. As for interest rates movements, both lending and deposit rates recorded slight decreases during the first quarter. The weighted average interest rate on new loans dipped slightly to 8.69%, signaling the continuance of accommodative financing credit conditions, while the weighted average deposit rate slipped to 1.48%. Looking ahead, Belize's economic growth is expected to remain positive, but may face headwinds in matching the exceptional 2024 growth rate. This anticipated leveling off could well be exacerbated by a recent policy shift, as we mentioned, in the United States, which have introduced high levels of global policy uncertainty and escalated trade tensions between the world's two largest economies, the United States and China. The forecast for Belize's primary sector in 2025 is cautiously optimistic. While we expect increased production of non-traditional crops and grains, the output of key traditional commodities remains somewhat uncertain. Anticipated growth in bananas, corn, soybeans, sorghum, coconuts, and livestock is expected, supported by a rise in local demand and favorable weather conditions. The secondary sector will continue to grow, especially in electricity generation, construction, and manufacturing. These areas are expected to benefit from ongoing investments and infrastructural projects, which will positively influence economic activity and job creations. While the tertiary sector is anticipated to grow in 2025, its growth pace is expected to slow, mainly due to equilibrium levels in the tourism industry. Any decline in international visitors will have a negative spillover across related industries such as transportation, restaurants and accommodation, and as well as the distributive trade. Despite these challenges, we expect strong outturns in government and business processing outsourcing services, which should support the overall sectoral growth. From the classroom to the marketplace, implementing programs that stimulate economic growth are exceedingly difficult in this age. Small countries like ours are pressured into a prescription that abides by the history of economic doctrines rather than the history of economic policy and practice. Our early and sustained focus on aiding small business through the MSME support program can manufacture value-added products, however specialized the niche might be. I am especially proud to share one example of a shining small business success, Kaj Enterprises Limited, owned and operated by a woman entrepreneur, Khadija Asales. Kaj Expressions Limited is a renowned handmade jewelry business with a strong presence across Belize, featuring stores in Belize City, Placencia, San Ignacio, and Kikaka. Since last year, Kaj Expressions has been a successful recipient of Beltrade's MSME fiscal incentive program, leveraging duty exemptions to fuel its growth within the orange economy. Further empowered by the Belize Enterprise Empowerment Program, BEEP, under the export category, Kaj Expressions has benefited from the program via a grant of $20,000 for digital marketing, trade show participation, and the acquisition of vital raw materials and packaging. Demonstrating her ambition and the high quality of her brand, Khadija, with support from Beltrade's export unit, marked her entry into the Taiwanese market with a successful debut at Design Giftonery on the 17th April 2025. I commend her and the hundreds of other budding entrepreneurs who are powering the rapid expansion of Belize value-added manufacturing. Mr. Speaker, I turn to the public debt. The privilege of the modern state to incur sovereign debt on behalf of the citizenry is one to which this administration has applied particular caution. Our caution has two main drivers. First, sovereign debt or its absence is effectively an intergenerational exchange whereby the current government burdens unborn generations with loan repayments or gifts them with fiscal space. Second, profligate debt, the class of debt that fears wasteful spending or insider handouts, reduces a government's ability to cope with the unexpected crisis by borrowing. At the close of the year 2020, the public debt stood at $4.2 billion Belize dollars. Remember this number, $4.2 billion. At the close of 2024, remember when the opposition were hollering, all we're doing is just borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. Well, at the close of 2024, that figure had hardly moved, estimated at Belize $4.42 billion. In those 4 years, though, the quantum of Belize's annual economic output had grown from $4.086 billion in 2020 to $6.825 billion at the close of 2024, or by some 67%. This figure includes a positive IMF-approved reevaluation of GDP output. Consider our debt management approach in the context of interest payments. In 2021, the total interest payments were 105 million Belize dollars. In 2024, total interest payments were 119 million Belize dollars. In 2021, total interest payments represented 9 cents of every dollar of government total revenue and grants. In 2024, total interest payments represented 7 cents of that same dollar. Government's average interest rate for domestic debt stands at 2.5% per annum, and for external debt at 3.5% per annum. These low rates of interest are particularly noteworthy, having regard to the high interest rates environment globally, where, for example, the US government pays upwards of 4.3% per annum on its 10-year treasury bonds. Consider also that in the 4 full years of this administration, the aggregate amount of the capital budget was 1.55 billion Belize dollars. So government was able to deploy almost $1.6 billion in capital investments without any increases to the dollar amount of the public debt. And as I cited earlier, we did so while reducing the debt to GDP ratio from 132% in 2020 to 61% at the close of 2024. With regard to the split between domestic and external debt, the Central Bank of Belize reports 1.519 billion Belize dollars in total domestic debt at the close of the last calendar year. The external stock of public debt was 1.453 billion US dollars. Previous governments of both parties have generated bursts of economic growth, and in both instances, these have been fueled by material increases in the public debt. Our debt policy is and will continue to be more enlightened. On the public debt, the conversion of promise to performance shines brightly. As an introduction to the actual performance of the 2024-2025 fiscal year's budget, which ended on the 31st of March 2025, it is important to point out that previous administrations, almost without exception, overspent in the period leading to an election. Take 2015, for example. The then UDP administration registered an overall budget deficit of over 6% of GDP, requiring loans in that fiscal year of $276 million. Remember when they give a TV and stove and mattress and sun and every fridge just before the election? That will make us with $276 million. They had to do that to be able to win that election. Politicians spend and borrow to win elections. This administration defined that norm, as I will now explain. Total revenue and grants for this fiscal year was $1.643 billion, of which 98% represented recurrent revenue. Of that recurrent revenue of $1.619 billion, 92% was tax revenue, namely taxes in 4 categories: income and profits, property, international trade and transactions, and goods and services. Non-tax revenues for the year totaled $130.8 million. Capital revenues, almost entirely from the sale of Crown land, totaled $8.118 million. $19.3 million was the total value of grants received during the fiscal year. Overall, recurrent revenue outperformed its target by $136 million, or 9.2%, led by a $100 million outperformance in tax revenues and $36 million in non-tax revenues. On the expenditure side, total spending for the fiscal year was $1.664 billion, or 3.7% higher than the approved budget amount. Recurrent spending totaled $1.226 billion, and capital spending totaled $438 million. On the capital spending, Capital 2 investments financed from domestic sources amounted to $344 million, and Capital 3 spending financed from external sources amounted to $85 million. Government spending on salaries for its estimated 15,000 workforce, all teachers and public officers, was $503 million, with an additional $132 million spent on pensions and ex gratia payments. Put it differently, 52 cents of every dollar of government recurrent spending goes to salaries and pensions. 43 cents of every tax dollar was spent on salaries and pensions. Here is the bottom line. Government attained a primary surplus of 1.48% of GDP, an overall deficit of minus 0.26%, significantly overperforming the approved budget targets of 0.46% at the primary level and minus 1.3% for the overall budget. Government's financing needs, the amount of borrowing necessary for the entire budget year, was therefore only $18 million before the approximately $92 million allocated to amortization payments. This is a remarkable accomplishment by any measure and a direct consequence of a remarkable economy and remarkable public service. The Cabinet and I offer commendations to all who are directly involved in this transition from promise to performance, especially those at the Belize Tax Service, Customs Department, and the Financial Services Commission. With the success of last fiscal year under our belt, Cabinet and I proposed a balanced and targeted framework for the new fiscal year, which started on the 1st of April 2025. On the revenue side of the ledger, $1.74 billion is projected for revenue and grants, which is an increase of $94 million compared to the last period, or some 6% growth, to be achieved by continued economic growth and collection efficiencies. Of the $94 million, the largest increase, $53 million, is to come from a significant increase in bilateral and multilateral grants, with $34 million derived from recurrent revenue growth and $3 million in additional capital revenues. On the expenditure side, we propose $1.782 billion in total spending, of which $1.253 billion are recurrent in nature and $528.8 million represent capital investments. In this budget cycle, $80 million previously classified as subsidies and transfers is being reclassified as what they truly are, which is personal emoluments. This is an important adjustment, since these subsidies and transfers category imply an annual adjustable outlay, as opposed to personal emoluments that carry different obligations. Therefore, for this fiscal year, $698 million. Let me repeat, for this fiscal year, $698 million is therefore allotted to salaries and pensions, representing 56% of total recurrent spending. 56% of every dollar that the government of Belize spends is spent on salaries and pensions. This total represents a net increase year on year of $63 million, or about 10%. Allow me to highlight our efforts to control spending on goods and services. In the last fiscal year, spending on this broad category fell by $5 million. And for the new budget year, we are providing for an increase of only 2% to cover the natural expected inflationary rise. Reflecting our determination to directing the maximum possible resources to public sector capital investments, and specifically to funding the medium-term development strategy, this year's capital spending is the highest amount ever at $528.8 million, and the highest percentage ever of total spending at 30%. Debt servicing costs for the year remain just below 8% of every $1 of spending. During the fiscal year, Belize GDP is forecasted to exceed $7 billion of annual output. With this growth and the prudent levels of spending we propose, the primary surplus is expected to rise to 1.52% of GDP, or $106 million. The overall budget deficit is projected at 0.59%. In dollar terms, some $41.6 million, which when added to the $126 million for amortization payments, means that the total financing required by the government for the fiscal year is $167 million, or just over 2% of 2025 GDP. Mr. Speaker, I have deliberately confined my presentation to the prior year's budget results and the new budget year's proposals for the summary figures, because I anticipate that individual ministers and members will delve into and describe with more detail numbers pertaining to the ministries and departments. Despite this macro focus, I recognize that members of the listening public and stakeholders may find it difficult to digest all these numbers. For the benefit of this important audience, let me provide a plain, rounded summary. In this year's budget, government will receive $1.7 billion in revenues and spend more or less that same amount, the same $1.7 billion. For every dollar spent, 40 cents are for salaries and pensions, 30 cents are for project called capital spending, 17 cents are for goods and services such as utility, fuel, rent, and the like, 8 cents for interest on previous loans, and 5 cents on subsidies and grants for various public service purposes like health and education. First, then, to a sampling of the principal capital projects that animate this year's Public Investment Capital II program. This year, we will be appropriating a record $336.7 million to our Capital II budget. That is the portion of the overall capital program that is funded from general revenue as opposed to donor financing. This emphasis continues to be on the upgrading and maintenance of our road infrastructure, such as the Progreso to San Esteban Road and others, and to provide the necessary counterpart resources for capital projects funded by our development partners. I would like to list just a few of these programs, allowing the substantive ministers to provide greater detail during their presentation. For infrastructure development, $2.2 million for the Corozal to Sartenea Road project, $14.7 million for the upgrading of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan. Where's the Minister of Corozal Southwest? I never heard, no, Southeast. I never heard him clapping about the Progreso Road. You are very quiet, sir. $9.4 million for the upgrade of the George Price Highway from San Ignacio to Benque. $3.5 million $3.5 million for the upgrading of the Philip Coulson Highway from mile 8 to mile 24. $4 million for specialized equipment, and a combined total of some $30 million for continued maintenance of roads, streets, and drains countrywide. Other significant allocations include, for health, $50 million for the operationalization of the National Health Insurance Program. For education, $2.6 million for the Health Start feeding program, $2.2 million for Internet for schools, for social and economic development, $6.3 million for constituency development programs, $7.1 million for community support and small grants programs, $1.5 million for assistance to small farmers, $4.1 million for youth anti-violence multi-sectoral programs, for land development, $22.0 million for land acquisition payments and land surveys. Capital III programs. In Capital III programs, Mr. Speaker, this year we will be approximating a record $184.9 million to our Capital III budget, which I'm proud to say is all funded by either highly concessionary loans or in some cases by outright grants. And, Mr. Speaker, I would like to stress that none of these programs or projects are funded by any borrowing on commercial terms. Mr. Speaker, I would like to list just a sampling of the key capital projects that drive this year's public investment program in conformity with Belize's medium-term development strategy, as well as the overarching goals of Plan Belize version 2.0. In energy, $9 million for the construction of a solar plant, energy plant funded by the Saudi Fund for Development. A $15.5 million for renewable integration and resilient energy project funded by the World Bank. In health, $9.5 million for the construction of a state-of-the-art hospital in San Pedro Tong, funded by a grant from our highly valued bilateral partner and friend, the Republic of China, Taiwan. $6 million for a tertiary hospital in Belmopan, funded by the Saudi Fund for Development. In education, $7.7 million for the Skills for the Future program funded by the IDB, $5 million for the National Healthy Start program. In economic transformation, $6.6 million for Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program, an IDB-funded project to contribute to sustainable urban development of the municipalities in northern Belize. $10.4 million for the Belize Blue Cities and Beyond project, a World Bank project funded by IDA resources to support San Pedro, Ambergrisky, Belize City, and Punta Gorda through capacity building, policy development, and infrastructure improvements, including 4 miles of paved roads in South San Pedro. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to remind this Honorable House and the public about the International Development Assistance, IDA, from the World Bank. We had to go through an intensive campaign to get Belize eligible for IDA loan and grant funding. And it is because of the work done by our now here representative from Toledo East when he was the CEO for Economic Development, Minister Koi, then Foreign Minister Courtney, the now present Foreign Minister, the Honorable Member from Freetown, and myself, and many other technical people. We went on an intense campaign in every meeting where we could meet with world leaders, asking them and making the case that Belize, because we are one of the, among the 10 most highly vulnerable to climate change, that we should be able to access this IDA loans and grant funding. And we finally managed to get the first set of loans. It is about 20 million? $22 million, of which the interest rate is almost at 0%. And we have more than 20 years to be able to pay these loans. Again, this is what we have promised, and now we have delivered to the Belizean people. Continuing on the investments that we're doing in this country, $5.4 million for continued investments in water and sanitation in the rural areas. $2.6 million towards the establishment of a semi-autonomous tax administration. $3.8 million for digital innovation to boost economic development. $3.9 million to strengthen public expenditure management. In infrastructure development, $5.3 million for the upgrading of the Corozal to Sarteneja Road, $20 million for the upgrading of the George Price Highway from Belize City to Hattieville, $6.6 million for the Caracol Road Phase 2, $18 million for the upgrading of the Philip Colson Highway, $1.5 million for the upgrading of the Thomas Vincent Ramos Highway, Mr. Speaker, I wish to note that many of these Capital 2 and Capital 3 programs are multi-year programs, and the figures mentioned above are for this fiscal year only. Over 2 decades have passed, since the then People's United Party administration conceived of the transformative National Health Insurance Program, first piloted on the south side of Belize City. The program was extended to the rest of the Belize district except for the north side of Belize City and the Keys, as well as the southern districts of Stein Creek and Toledo. In our first term, this administration extended the program's reach to include the entire northern districts of Corozal and Arinjoak and the north side of Belize City. And in this financial year, as promised, the program would truly and finally become national with expansion that covers the 93,416 Belizeans of the Cayo district. When fully functional, the national NHI coverage will provide services valued at $80 million for its basic package. NHI is quintessential PUP, assuring every Belizean that health care is an entitlement, not a privilege. Bolstering the cause of social justice and tapping the dynamism of George Price's mixed economy. This is also yet another example of transforming a promise to performance. Yet another example of how our administration has vividly converted promise to performance is the case of Fui Bolido and our fight to ensure that the profits of this Belizean institution benefit the Belizean people. For the period 21st November 2023 through 30th November 2024, the government-owned and managed Belize Government Lotteries Limited recorded sales of some $111.2 million, which was for lottery sales revenues only. Additional revenues were collected for device rentals and sale of thermal paper. This was an increase of $65 million, or 142% above the sales as reported by Brad's Gaming Company for the fiscal year 2022. $65 million more. And they may have it for what, about 12 years? So do the math. Do the math. Prize winnings paid out for the same period was $77.6 million, reflecting a payout percentage. See, we don't detect the money, you know. We never did hear how much Brad's lottery made the payout. We never did hear. We, the payout, 70% of sales will be paid back to the Belizean people. And after 12 months of the sale of the lottery under Belize Government Lotteries Limited, the people of Belize have earned a net profit of almost $17 million. Imagine the former owners. In 10 years, they earned approximately $170 million. $170 million is what they earned in the first 10 years. In 2022, the former owners paid government a license fee of $2.5 million. You make 17, pay $2.5 million. Therefore, the change in ownership and management has realized a six-fold increase or 600% increase in government stake, or over $14 million additional dollars. And guess what? These monies have flowed into NHI, to sporting programs, and to the official charities fund, all for the Belizean people. We promised to remodel the Bolido. We are performing. In September 2024, Belize entered into a compact agreement with the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, the MCC. The agreement provided $125 million in grant funding to support two key projects: an education project funded at $73.8 million and an energy project funded at $21.7 million, while a further $29.9 million was allocated for program implementation of the compact agreement itself. I wish to clarify that these funds are not included in our national budget, but rather directly managed by the MCC under a separate financial and accounting arrangements as set out on the Millennium Challenge account, Belize Authority Act of 2024. Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of January 2025, President Trump issued an executive order which mandated a 90-day pause on new obligations and disbursements of United States government development assistance funds for foreign governments, including funding for the MCC compact with Belize. Just over 3 weeks ago, we received an official word out of Washington that the MCC board would be terminating the compact agreement with Belize. But to date, we have not received any official word to this effect. In the meantime, Belize has expressed its concerns at every high levels in the United States government, and we have received assurances that the matter is being further examined to see if there is scope to retain the Belize program intact. We are therefore guardedly optimistic that the program will be retained. However, should the program indeed be terminated, we will be actively seeking alternate sources of funding from our development partners. We will keep this honorable House and the Belizean people appraised of this situation as it unfolds. Looking at the tax reform priorities for this fiscal year 2025-2026, the government of Belize continues to advance a broad-based tax reform agenda aimed at improving equity, efficiency, and sustainability within the national tax system. Government is committed to building a modern, transparent, and service-oriented tax system, one that supports national development and long-term financial sustainability. Mr. Speaker, before I move on to another topic, I would like to report that in respect to the pay-as-you-earn, PAYE, relief implemented at the beginning of this year, and based on the 2023 analysis, an additional 2,851 taxpayers are now benefiting from the increased exemption threshold, resulting in approximately $574,834.07 in added take-home pay. A further 2,179 taxpayers are now also benefiting from the newly introduced tax credit, amounting to an additional $2,515,510.73 in disposable income. Together, these measures have delivered over $5 million Belize dollars in increased take-home pay, expanding relief to more than 5,000 Belizean workers. In effect, the leap here is. And, Mr. Speaker, more than 2,300 of those who have benefited from this average increase in take-home pay of over $1,000 per worker are our public officers and teachers who continue to serve as the foundation of national service and development. This presentation offers the opportunity to provide an update on the development of a public utility that is of vital importance to the business community and the citizenry. I refer to the Port of Belize. Recall that in December 2023, Belize government took the bold decision to acquire the port. I also remember Parliament unanimously approved the strategic choice. The rationale was straightforward. The port had languished in receivership for almost the entirety of the previous administration's 3 terms, with absolute no investment in the facilities and equipment. Lamentably, for many years, there has been no maintenance dredging of the marine channel and the port harbor. Cabinet, following the acquisition, directed the board of PBL to prepare options for the urgent construction of new cargo and bulk facilities, along with other possible complementary amenities. I am pleased to report that the master plan has been completed for the port, as well as the adjoining almost 7,000 acres that government had also acquired. Some of the top consultants in this field believe that the new cargo and bulk facilities, along with the necessary channel and harbor works, are operationally and commercially viable if combined with a cruise berthing facility. Given the massive investments required, approximately $400 million US, the master plan is to be implemented in phases, but would provide Belize with a state-of-the-art cargo, bulk, and tourism hub. A project execution team has been assembled, and along with strategic partners, will press forward with this exciting project. Parliament and the public will, of course, be appraised periodically of its progress. One of the foremost challenges for our government, indeed for governments all over the world, has been the issue of the cost of living. Inflation, as a result of shortages and supply chain disruptions during the pandemic, jacked up the prices of so many goods and services. The government, our government, asked the IMF to assess the sources of inflation in Belize. And after extensive analysis, their experts confirmed what many of us already knew, that in Belize's case, most of this cost of living is imported. In other words, there is very little that government, any government, can do. The IMF's estimate was that 60% of Belize's level of inflation is due to imported products and services. This is only logical. Last year, Belize imported goods valued at 1.362 billion Belize dollars, and Belizeans bought these products in most cases at prices higher than the previous year. This year, inflation has come down dramatically. I am pleased to report. For March 2025, the rate of inflation compared to March last year was 1.4%. Even more encouraging, March's rate of inflation compared to February was just 0.1%, or virtually no change in prices. For the period of January to March 2025, the first quarter, compared to the same period last year, the increase was 1.7%. This is welcome news for preserving the purchasing power of the Belizean dollar. Recently, the Statistical Institute of Belize introduced a new gauge called the Consumer Confidence Index, which measures the sentiments of consumers with respect to general economic conditions within the country, their households' own economic situation, and making major household purchases. It provides an early indication of future household spending, investing, and saving. This index is a number between 0, the most pessimistic, to 100, the most optimistic, with a value of 50 or higher, indicating optimism personally and for the economy. I am proud to report that the most recent measure of the index was up 7.8% in March, putting the national indicator average at 49.6%. This is especially encouraging for me to examine the measure by the 5 age groups poll. 3 of the 5 groups exceeded the level of 50 points. And for the younger groups between the ages of 18 to 34, the index rise was above 55 points. Without a doubt, this shows that young Belizeans, those new to the workplace and the aspiring entrepreneurs, those who are new parents and aspiring homeowners, they feel good about their prospects, about economic conditions in the country, and about the future. Some days ago, labor unions representing teachers converged and subsequently demanded pay increases from government. I imagine sister unions representing public workers will align with the request for wage increase. With a voice of reason and a hand of friendship, Cabinet has authorized its negotiating committee to engage with the union representatives in good faith, recognizing that for the unions, time is of the essence. Having included in today's presentation the immense sums being spent on wages and pensions, I wish to underscore that government genuinely appreciates the value of the contribution to national development being made constantly by teachers, public servants, and members of the security forces. At the same time, we are obliged to protect for all Belizeans the fiscal gains achieved over these 4 years, so that default and devaluation can never again stock the public finances and the country. At current levels and as a percentage of revenues, the public sector payroll in Belize exceeds, and in many cases by large margins, the public sector payroll in the Caribbean and Latin America. And it should be clear that government has a duty, indeed an oath, to ensure that decisions are in the national interest. That is, in the interest of all taxpayers, not just not just the fraction that are government employees. I hope and expect that discussions can unfold constructively. Mr. Speaker, under the Belize National Energy Policy, our aim is to have 75% of demand met from renewable sources by 2030 and to achieve net zero global emissions by 2050. Since taking office in 2020, we have relentlessly pursued these goals, and I am happy to report that with the support from our multilateral and new bilateral partners, we are well on our way to achieving these goals. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in and securing our energy future. The first step is to become electricity self-sufficient, the attainment of which is now within our reach. We anticipate a day soon when Belize will be in a surplus position and able to be an exporter of electricity to our neighbors in Central America through CEPAC, the Central American Electrical Interconnection System, and to Mexico. Although our economy has stabilized with a robust rebound following the COVID pandemic, sustained growth will require unceasing policy initiatives and whole of government efforts. With regard to fiscal policy, my government's goal is to maintain a consistent primary budget surplus in the range of 1.5% to 2% of GDP into the medium term. While public debt has come down from years ahead of IMF projections to the 60% range, further reductions will be more challenging given the limitations on GDP growth and our lack of control over global interest rates. Our goal is for the public debt to gradually fall to 50% of GDP by 2029. Government remains committed to mitigating emerging risks such as climate-related events, volatile global markets, and commodity price shocks by maintaining primary surpluses, building buffers and contingency funds, establishing contingency credit lines while keeping public debt in careful check, and improving disaster risk financing, the DRF arrangements. Our fiscal policy stance will remain consistent with other macroeconomic policies and growth objectives, requiring careful management to mitigate potential risk and ensure long-term sustainability. To ensure our fiscal discipline and stability, and beginning later this year, we will prepare and publish a detailed fiscal strategy plan, which will include a medium-term fiscal framework. This framework will provide a transparent, forward-looking roadmap for revenue and expenditure projections, integrating disaster risk contingencies to enhance resilience against climate shocks, a vital measure given our exposure to hurricanes, floods, and other natural hazards. Mr. Speaker, publishing the plan on the Ministry of Finance website will further bolster accountability and stakeholder engagement, reinforcing investor confidence in Belize's fiscal stability. Mr. Speaker, the author and renowned economist Simon Kutz often remind his readers that measures such as changes to GDP are incomplete. These estimates do not account for key environmental externalities, such as the quality of air and water, soil and biodiversity skills, and the effects of climate change. Today, confined by the very nature of a budget presentation, I have been compelled to an avalanche of numbers and data points. But in closing, let me evoke a different kind of report, one that goes beyond the granular details of economy and primary surpluses and budget financing. Let me speak of our people's happiness, a very important gauge of national well-being. Each year, Oxford University, in collaboration with Gallup Polling and the UN Sustainable Solutions Network, publishes a happiness index called the World Happiness Report. The ranking considers not just GDP per capita, but the presence of social support systems, of freedoms, of citizens' generosity, and of the perception of corruption, of healthy life expectancy, and so forth. In the most recent happiness report for 2024, Belize placed 25th of 147 countries polled and 5th in the entire Western Hemisphere. Such, at least they want happiness, huh? They win. Yeah. We are ecstatic. Such a high ranking for a small, vulnerable country in this increasingly turbulent world is an impressive statement of the national mood. Happiness, whether for a nation or an individual, is highly subjective. It is not political. You do not campaign on the promise of delivering happiness. Still, this relative happiness of the Belizean people suggests that our governance approach, including this budget, is striking a highly effective balance. On the one hand, ushering a period of opportunity and prosperity, while on the other, preserving the good spirits and unique optimism that has for so long defined Belizeans. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I wish to say a few words in Spanish. Nuestra nación, como muchas en todo el mundo, continúan navegando en aguas turbulentas. Los efectos persistentes de la inflación mundial, las interrupciones de la cadena de suministro, la crisis climática y recientemente la guerra comercial han puesto a prueba nuestra determinación. Sin embargo, los beliceños han demostrado una y otra vez que somos un pueblo resiliente. En el último año, hemos visto cómo el turismo se recuperó, sobrepasando los niveles anteriores a la pandemia. Las exportaciones agrícolas aumentaron y se diversifican. El sector servicios continúa expandiendo y el desempleo cae a un mínimo histórico del 2%. Este progreso es un testimonio de nuestra fuerza colectiva. Beliceños, esto es más que un plan fiscal, es un pacto, una promesa de que a través de las tormentas y el sol vamos a construir una nación en la que a nadie se le niega las oportunidades, en la que nuestros hijos heredan tantos bosques frondorosos como esperanzas ilimitadas. El libro de los Salmos, en el Salmo 1:27:1, nos dice: si el Señor no edifica la casa, en vano trabajan los que la edifican. Vamos a construir la casa juntos, con fe, con coraje y determinación inquebrantable. Mr. Speaker, I truly believe this land of ours to be the world's most bountiful garden. It blossoms abundantly, enabling every Belizean the promise of prosperity. Together, as collective gardeners, as benefactors of generations to come, and with the guidance of our Creator, let us always tend with competence and conscience the prolific flowering of national prosperity on the soils of social justice. Belize forever, Belize for all, que viva Belize. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, in accordance to Standing Order 49-2, I name Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, 26th, 27th, and 28th May 2025, respectively, for the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025.
Honorable members, the question is that the continuation of the debate on the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 bill be on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, the 26th, 27th, and 28th of May, respectively. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, before we proceed, I ask for your indulgence in suspending the meeting for a few minutes so that the podium may be removed from the chambers. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Investment, Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceed with at this day sitting at any hour though opposed. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, I've heard over lunch some of my supporters in Belize Rural North asking me why am I not wearing a blue shirt or a blue and white. As I wish to inform you that I sit on the chair as Deputy Speaker of the House in the absence of the Speaker, Ms. Valerie Woods, who is undergoing treatment today. I'm wearing pink in solidarity of Cancer Awareness Month, in support of Ms. Woods and my father, Marconi Leal Sr., the former member of Belize Rural North, and all those Belizeans who continue to fight cancer. So that's for a point of clarity. Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Good comeback, Mr. Speaker. Good comeback. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters considered connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, basically what this bill is doing is just proposing that Belize fulfill its duties to its international treaty obligations with the European Union, the United Kingdom, and the Republic of China Taiwan on the elimination of tariffs between these countries and Belize. Belize is party to both the CARIFORUM UK and the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement. At one time, it's only everything under the UK, but since the EU, but since the UK has pulled out from the European Union, so we had to have the very same agreement with the United Kingdom, and we often refer to this Economic Partnership Agreement simply as EPAs. These EPAs are free trade agreements that provides for the elimination of tariffs and other restrictions on trades in goods and services, and for the protection of intellectual property rights by all parties to the agreement. Recognizing the disparity in development, the EU and the UK have eliminated most of their respective tariffs on goods exported to these jurisdictions from Belize upon entry into force of the EPA. At the same time, Belize enjoys the benefit of implementing its tariff reductions in several phases to reach 0% by 2033. Belize have been implementing its tariff reduction obligation to the EU and the UK through 10 phases. This bill seeks to implement the 11th phase of the reductions of duties. After implementation of the 11th phase, the subsequent phases will be due in 2027, 28, 29, 31, and the final phase will be 2033. Similarly, Belize entered into an Economic Cooperation Agreement, or ECA, with the Republic of China Taiwan in January 2022. This ECA provides for the elimination of tariffs and other restrictions on trade in goods by the parties in the agreement. Belize has already benefited from immediate duty-free access to 113 goods, with the rates for the remaining goods to be phased down over the next 3 years. The first phase of reduction of duties under the ECA was implemented in January 2023. The second and third phases are required to be implemented by January 2025. Belize's 2025 tariff concession will result in the reduction of tariffs on 29 goods imported from Taiwan. It is intended that the tariff reductions under all three agreements will be implemented with effect from 1st January 2025 in compliance with our treaty obligations. The levels of the reductions on import duties applicable to goods imported from the EU, the UK, and Taiwan is a cost in terms of government revenues foregone. The cost is a commitment to be assumed as part of the compliance with the EPA and the ECA obligations respectively. However, the benefits available under the EPAs and the ECA, including the market access for goods in Belize's export basket and opportunities for technical cooperation, by far outweighs the cost in loss of revenues. Therefore, I commend the Belize Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2023 to this Honorable House and urge the support of all members. Thank you.
Honorable members, that bill is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to defer the first reading of the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025 to a later date.
Honorable members, the question is that the first reading of the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill be deferred to a later date. All those in favor say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors and administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and to provide for matters connected therein or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, the bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet, but please allow me to give some further explanation, although it's a bill that was introduced in the previous government, in the previous Parliament. So I really take I feel a sense of purpose and a share of part of Belize's modernizing itself and a sense of Belize's economic progress when I'm introducing this Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025. This landmark legislation reflects our government's resolve to modernize Belize's financial and legal systems while promoting resilience, growth, and confidence in our economy. The COVID-19 pandemic laid bare the critical need for economic resilience. It exposed vulnerabilities in our financial and business systems, particularly the absence of a comprehensive framework to manage financial distress for corporations and individuals. The gap has left many businesses, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs, which form the backbone of our economy, with limited options to navigate financial difficulties. The consequences have extended to livelihoods, job security, and the broader stability of our economy. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025 directly addresses these challenges, creating a robust and fair legal framework to manage financial distress while fostering a culture of resilience and opportunity. This bill introduces modern mechanisms that are critical for addressing financial challenges and supporting economic stability. Mr. Speaker, while I am sure members of this Honorable House will thoroughly scrutinize the bill, let me highlight some of the more transformative elements of the bill. First, the bill repeals the outdated Bankruptcy Act, which we inherited from colonial times, and replaces it with comprehensive provisions governing restructuring, liquidation, and bankruptcy. These are covered in Part 2, Creditors' Arrangements, Part 3, Administration, Part 6, Liquidation, and Part 13, Bankruptcy of the bill. Second, the administration, recognizing the unique challenges faced by MSMEs, has ensured that the bill includes simplified debt restructuring procedures. These tailored mechanisms aim to make the process affordable, efficient, and accessible for smaller enterprises. The framework of this is outlined in Part 11, Simplified Restructuring of Debt, which includes clear eligibility criteria, processes for debt restructuring, and provisions for discharge. Third, the bill introduces licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners to ensure professionalism and accountability. Provisions for insolvency practitioners are detailed in Part 20, Insolvency Practitioners, which covers licensing, oversight, and the responsibility of these professionals. It also addresses malpractice through Part 8, Malpractice, which outlines penalties for wrongdoing and safeguards for wrongdoing and safeguards for fairness and transparency. Fourth, the bill incorporates best practices from the UNCI TREL Legislative Guide on Insolvency Law, the World Bank Principles, and the ISDA Model Netting Act, aligning Belize's framework with international norms. Cross-border insolvency mechanisms, which enhance cooperation with foreign jurisdictions and project international investments, are provided under Part 8 and Part 10. Fifth, by fostering predictability and trust in the business environment, the bill supports entrepreneurship and economic growth. Provisions for equitable treatment of creditors and debtors, as well as mechanisms to maximize asset value, are detailed in Part 7 and Part 15. Mr. Speaker, this bill represents a transformative step for Belize. It strengthens our business environment, enhances access to credit, and promotes job preservation. Moreover, by incorporating innovative measures for MSMEs, the bill positions Belize as a leader within the CARICOM region for insolvency reform. These reforms will attract investments, foster entrepreneurship, and reinforce Belize's reputation as a competitive and resilient economy. Let me wrap up by saying this, Mr. Speaker. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025 is a vital tool for strengthening Belize's economic resilience. It addresses gaps laid bare by the COVID-19 pandemic and provides a forward-looking framework to safeguard businesses, protect creditors, and support inclusive growth. Therefore, I call on this Honorable House to support this historic legislation, as it will pave the way for a stronger, more dynamic, and competitive Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Culture and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the Magistrate Court Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the District Courts Procedure Act, Chapter 97 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, Chapter 99 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to repeal, replace, and consolidate the provisions of the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, relating to the magistracy, to provide for the establishment, constitution, and jurisdiction of the Magistrates Court, to regulate the practice and procedure before the Magistrate Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, I'll say a few words on the introduction of this bill on behalf of the Attorney General's Ministry. Mr. Speaker, this bill, the Magistrate Court Bill 2025, is a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate a number of legislations. I've gone through them just now. I listed them. So, in essence, this bill seeks to consolidate the laws which govern the magistracy into one piece of legislation for ease of use and efficiency, and for improving access to and delivery of justice in line with this government's transformation of the administration of justice, which started in our last legislative term and which we promised in Plan Belize 2.0 to continue in this term. As one can imagine, this bill is a product of a lot of work over 3 years of extensive consultations with stakeholders. It has benefited from the invaluable support of partners like the United States government in particular, for which we extend our gratitude. My colleague, the member for Corozal Bay, will introduce later the Families Bill, which also ties in with this government's promise to transform access to and delivery of justice in Belize, and is also the product of tremendous work which started during the tenure of the member for Belize Rural Central as then minister. So, Speaker, as things currently stand, there are 4 main pieces of legislation that govern how things are done in the magistracy: the Inferior Courts Act, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, the District Courts Procedure Act, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act. This poses a number of difficulties. Ordinary citizens have to navigate through a maze to first find the laws that apply to them if they have a matter before the magistrate's court, or if they want to access service to that court. This even poses a challenge at times for the magistrates themselves, who have to undertake the cumbersome exercise of reconciling the various legislations to understand their jurisdiction. In addition, Mr. Speaker, these laws are outdated, as they were enacted some 70 years ago, and since then there has been little to no amendments to them. The language in these laws is archaic, and the drafting style does not reflect modern trends of drafting, in particular gender-neutral references and simpler, more understandable language. Although we have become more technologically advanced as a nation, these laws have not progressed with the technological advancement in today's society, as they do not provide for the use of technology to record evidence, conduct hearings, serve documents, and manage cases, which would allow the court to save time and cost, be more efficient, and ultimately contribute to a reduction of the backlog of cases. There are also incongruities in these laws that are currently used in the Magistrate's Court with other laws. For instance, Mr. Speaker, the fees and costs set out in the Inferior Courts Act are outdated, do not reflect the current fees and costs charged by the court. In practice, the court charges $4 to file a plaint, $25 to serve a summons within city limits, $50 to serve a summons outside city limits. But the Inferior Courts Act stipulates that it is $1 to file a plaint and 25 cents to issue a summons. Good old 70 years ago, no? Similarly, Mr. Speaker, there are many outdated laws on the law books that are tried in the Magistrates' Court. Take, for instance, currently we still find offenses in the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act. Offense of wandering in any public place or street to collect alms. The offense of emptying any night soil or other offensive matter between the hours of 4 to 9 p.m. The offense of annoying persons by playing at games. The offense of impeding foot passengers. The offense of wantonly ringing a doorbell. The offense of washing animals in the street. The offense of sending false telegrams, to name a few. You may have seen in the news a while back, for instance, a gentleman charged with a very odd offense when he was found riding with a 5-gallon water container on his bike. So this bill seeks to do away with things like this, Mr. Speaker. You also have, Mr. Speaker, where an offense is found in one legislation but is also found in another legislation. This is counterintuitive and counterproductive. So for instance, Mr. Speaker, under the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, you will find offenses such as selling spirits to a child, which is also covered under the Intoxicating Liquor Licensing Act. The offense of discharging of firearms, which is covered under the Firearms Act. And the offense of signing the name of any other person without authority, which is covered under the Criminal Code. And to make matters worse, the penalties under the competing legislations are so out of whack. For instance, if a person discharges a firearm without reasonable cause and is charged under Section 3 of the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, he or she is considered to only have committed a misdemeanor. And the maximum the magistrate would be able to impose on that person under that act is a fine not exceeding $300 or imprisonment for up to 6 months. But if the same person was charged by the arresting officer under Section 40 of the Firearms Act for discharging that same firearm in public, that person could be sentenced to imprisonment up to 10 years, Section 32 of that act. So we have to correct these things. As things currently stand, it is left up to the arresting officer to determine under which act he will charge the offender. This obviously is an untenable state of affairs, and again, this bill seeks to correct that. Needless to say, these are all things which impede and affect access to and delivery of justice. In light of these shortcomings in the laws that currently govern the magistrate, and in fulfillment of this government's commitment to enhance access to and delivery of justice, a comprehensive review of these laws and the current practices in the magistracy was conducted over a 3-year period by the Attorney General's Ministry, with extensive consultations that included the magistracy, the judiciary, the Bar Association, and the Director of Public Prosecution's Office. So what we have today, Mr. Speaker, is the product of that very extensive exercise and tremendous work and input of all of those stakeholders. And so, Mr. Speaker, to ameliorate the aforementioned issues, the bill proposes, among other things, the following. A, that a magistrate shall be a person qualified as an attorney at law and be appointed by the Judicial and Legal Services Commission, which will then be in conformity with the provisions in the Belize Constitution. It also introduces audio or video recording as a mode of recording evidence in court. It allows for the introduction of virtual hearings. It allows for the harmonization of the scale of imprisonment, the removal of the requirement for the consent of the accused for a hybrid offense to be tried summarily. It provides that the municipal court be a specialized division of the magistrate's court, therefore requiring the staff of the municipal court, like the staff of the magistrate's court, to be employed by the Public Service Commission. That the Rules Committee may make rules directing service by electronic means. Provides that a magistrate may review a sentence for a penalty prior to issuing a warrant committing a person to prison in respect of non-payment of a sum adjudged by the court, and that the magistrate may, on reviewing the sentence, substitute it with any other sentence provided for under the Alternative Sentencing Act. Very important. So it may vary or reduce the sum adjudged to be paid or allow additional time for the payment of the sum adjudged. And also very, very important as well, Mr. Speaker, is that this bill provides a limitation period of 12 years after which a warrant committing a person to prison in respect of non-payment of a sum adjudged to be paid cannot be issued, and a magistrate may enter a permanent stay of execution or further execution of payment of a court-ordered fine after the expiration of 12 years from when the payment was due and payable. The proposed clause to empower a magistrate to review a penalty comes about since under the current Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, a magistrate already has the power to do such things as giving additional time to pay the fine or hearing a defendant before the defendant is committed to prison. By this new provision, a magistrate will further be empowered, including the one who imposed the fine, to review a penalty. Similarly, a new feature of the way matters will be conducted in the magistracy is the imposition, as I said, of a limitation period of 12 years, after which a warrant committing a person to prison in respect of non-payment of a sum adjudged to be paid cannot be issued. Mr. Speaker, this new provision promotes the rule of law. Two primary objectives of the law are to create certainty and bring finality to matters. Consequently, the law makes provisions for a time limit within which many things are required to be done. The Limitation Act, for example, sets out the time frame within which, for instance, civil litigations are to be brought before a court. A person has up to 6 years within which he can bring a civil case, for instance, for a breach of contract or for compensation for injuries caused by an accident. The time period for bringing a civil case is even shorter when it is brought against the state. It is only 1 year. The Limitation Act further limits the period within which an action can be taken to enforce or recover sums ordered under a judgment to 12 years. While this is in relation to civil cases, there is good policy reason to have this 12-year limitation also be applied to criminal cases. That is, that the state cannot recover any fines or alternatively seek to impose imprisonment when 12 years have passed since the making of the order, and the fine remains outstanding and the sentence has not been served, particularly where the state has not taken all reasonable steps to have the fine imposed be paid. This approach is consistent, Mr. Speaker, with judicial jurisprudence relating to permanent stay of enforcement of a court order where there has been a delay in the completion of a matter before a court, or where to impose the sentence after some delay would be cruel and inhumane. Speaker, a person's life is likely to change substantially in 12 years. For example, a 20-year-old person without responsibilities in a family would 12 years later have started a family and have obligations and responsibilities, which would be onerous on him and his family, to now be compelled to pay a fine or in default be sent to prison. And this government is acutely cognizant and aware of these realities. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, it is not acceptable, constitutional, or in the public interest to issue a warrant of commitment for default of payment of a court-ordered fine after the expiration of 12 years from when the payment was due and payable, and the state has not taken reasonable steps to have the fine be paid. This new enlightened approach is in furtherance of this government's commitment to transform the administration of justice and enhance access to and delivery of justice for all, Mr. Speaker. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, commend this bill for the consideration and support of members of this Honourable House.
Honourable members, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the District Courts Procedure Act, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, and the Inferior Courts Act, and the Magistrate Courts Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, and welcome all new parliamentarians, and welcome back all older parliamentarians. Mr. Speaker, this is the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 131 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make better provisions for regulating the construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of the Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to read some notes to better clarify the bill. The idea is to uplift Belize's building infrastructure and provide minimum quality and safety standards that may be expected across build-up environments. The MIDH, under the banner of the Government of Belize, prioritized the introduction of a comprehensive set of building codes. These codes would guide the design, planning, approval, and construction of building structures and dwellings in Belize. The codes would also facilitate the modernization of building structure performance by integrating climate resilience, energy efficiency, while also responding to local contexts, market trends, and the need for transparency, accountability, quality, and most of all, safety. In May 2021, Mr. Speaker, Cabinet gave approval for the adoption by reference of the International Building Code and the International Residential Code. These two codes would be referenced as minimum standards to guide Belize's building construction industry. They are a part of a suite of 15 codes produced by the International Code Council. A few other codes of the ICC suite include the International Energy Conservation Code, Fire Code, Mechanical Code, Plumbing Code, Zoning Code, Private Sewage Disposal Code, and existing building codes, to name a few. But who is the International Code Council, one may ask? The International Code Council is the leading global source of model codes and standards and building safety solutions that include product evaluation, accreditation, technology, training, and certification. The Code Council's code, standards, and solutions are used to ensure safe, affordable, and sustainable communities and buildings worldwide. Through consultation with ICC, Mr. Speaker, MIDH learned that the I codes can be adopted in their entirety or singly or in any combination thereof. There is no cost for Belize to adopt by reference in their base forms. However, there are costs for licensing and distribution. What happened next? Well, the International Code Council encourages the adaptation of its base codes to conditions, regulations, and laws of different countries so that the customized code may uniquely and accurately reflect the building and enforcement environment of particular countries. Belize chose this option so that the codes would mesh more seamlessly with the Belize Building Act. Belize also indicated its intention to adopt the International Building Code, the International Residential Code, the International Plumbing Code, and the International Zoning Code. Presently, we only have the International Building Code. We have not reached the International Residential Code as yet. We have not reached the International Plumbing Code as yet. And we have not reached the International Zoning Code as yet. Hopefully, with time, we will be able to deal with all of those. In August 2021, MIDH assembled a working group of industry professionals with the responsibility to review and customize the ICC codes that was proposed for adoption, thereby developing a set of unique codes to Belize. Participants, including representatives from the Architects Associations, the APAB, the Engineers Association, the APEB, Central Building Authority, BWSL, BEL, BTL, Public Utilities Commission, and MIDH. Armed with a non-disclosure agreement and editable copies of the codes, the working group's energy was palpable. A goal to edit 4 chapters of the signature code, the International Building Code, by the end of 2021 was set. What was the early sensitization of what we were doing? MIDH participated in the Belize Investment Summit 2021 on Burgess Key, where it circulated an information brochure containing information of the imminent adaptation, adoption, and legislation of international building codes, which was met with a mixture of doubt and eagerness. In November and December of 2021, approximately 100 invitations for online training on the application and administration of the I-codes, as well as the International Residential Code Essential, was sent to all city and town councils, the Architects and Engineers Associations, the Belize Electricity Limited, the Public Utilities Commission, Central Building Authority, and the ministry's staff. An average of 65 participants attended. Feedback to MIDH was in general positive. Why has it taken so long? The International Building Code has over 685 pages of technical guidance on all aspects of building construction, excluding its many appendices and index pages. Members of the team with the responsibility of editing this behemoth document was volunteering their time, and I would like to credit all the people that participated. They were all volunteers that gave us a lot of their time and expertise. It was not a full-time job. There were many discussions, oftentimes many debates on what to remove and what to include. One has to understand that the building environment in Belize is different from any other country, and the same can say for any other country. We have unique environments of the construction industry in Belize, and to be able to adopt a code, we had to make sure that it took into consideration our society, our culture, and our geography. With the many discussions of after familiarity with the document grew, it became obvious that the majority of discussions were on the implementation of the codes and not on their content. In other words, the working groups were trying to edit the International Building Code based on how they thought it would be implemented, but there was no answer to this question. November 2024, the working group concluded the editing of the code and reviewed internally. As a participant, MIDH was aware of all edits proposed, and sign-off was in short order. Though continuous supportive discussion with the ICC, they were ready to assist with the next stage, which was having the edited International Building Code prepared for publishing and distribution as the unique Belize Building Code. The editorial team liaised with MIDH to ensure that all edits made locally were in accordance with the numbering system and international document references. Spelling, grammar checks were done, keywording, phrases, and sections they were missed by the working group were brought to the attention for action. There was really a back and forth as to what we wanted to apply in Belize, what they could accept, what they could not accept. So it took some time to be able to go back and forth. It is important for all to understand that the ICC would not have given approval if they did not go through this rigorous process of analyzing Belize's culture, liaising with our professionals to make sure that it fell within their standards. Spelling, grammar checks were done, keywording, phrases, and sections that were missed by the working group was brought to it. The process was tedious but resulted in the final document. The Belize Building Code legislation. We are presenting it right now as the Belize Building Act. Well, what happens is that the Belize Building Act is like the umbrella, and the Belize Building Code falls within the Building Act, and therefore we had to come to the House of Representatives with this legislation so that it could fall within the Belize Building Act. The Belize Building Code will become a part of the Belize Building Act. It will be the only code of reference to guide building construction in Belize. More specifically, it applies to all buildings except family dwellings not more than 3 stories above grade. So we are dealing with public buildings at this point in time. Your restaurant, for example, Honorable, will now have to fall within the code. It is a public building because people visit your establishment. This building, for example, the National Assembly, banks, insurance buildings, offices of professionals, it does not apply to residences because that is a separate code that we will go and try to adopt later on, which will fall under the residential code. The Belize Building Code is a necessary prescriptive document that complements the Building Act, which, as you may know, does basically 3 things. Establishes the CBA as the administrator of the Act, establishes the local authorities that administrate on behalf of the Central Building Authority, and it establishes basic procedures on how to obtain permits for the construction of a building. Though through legislation, there is a document that will guide the actual quality of buildings, one that will firmly uplift Belize's building infrastructure and provide minimum construction and safety standards that may be expected across all future built-up environments. I'll give some examples as to why it is important. A couple of months ago, we had a problem in San Pedro where some visitors died because there was still to be determined, but it seems that there was a problem with carbon monoxide. At that point in time, the Building Code or the Building Act had nothing to be able to lead professionals in that direction. Most engineers or mechanical engineers or architects would have to rely on international building codes to be able to put it in the design process. This now will fall under our laws of Belize, which will have jurisdiction over those things. We just passed the Disability Act. When was it, Honorable? About a year ago? Last year we passed the Disability Act. And that it changes the whole aspect of how we design buildings. Now you will have to make sure that people with disabilities can have proper access to your buildings. If it's more than 3 stories, you might have to put in an elevator by law. If it's at the ground level, you'll have to have ramps at certain angles to be able to make sure that it works. I just saw a hospital in Belmopan putting in a ramp, and the ramp was as steep as the stairs, which makes it even more dangerous than not having a ramp at all, because if somebody makes a mistake and says hello to somebody while pushing the person in the wheelchair, he would probably die. And that is what we're speaking of codes. What are the next steps? The MIDH intends to roll out the actual enforcement over approximately 1 year. The CBA will need additional resources, especially along the lines of drawing and code review, but also in the areas of inspection and code compliance. When we met with the ICC, they were saying passing of the law is the first step, but government has to make sure that resources is provided to the Central Building Authority so that they can have enough personnel to be able to enforce the law. We have many laws in Belize, and we are aware that have been there for years, but nobody enforces them. Well, for the law to work, we have to have enforcement. To have enforcement, CBA will need to increase their inspectors, and they will need to be able to have more equipment for means of transportation. They will need more computers to be able to analyze, because most of these things are done online. Regardless of the additional resources required to ensure the Belize Building Code is followed, the procedure for all necessary permitting and building approval should remain the same. The only difference is that all drawings for new structures shall be in compliance with the Belize Building Code. We recognize the importance of engaging industry stakeholders and having them on board with the vision for better overall building quality. MIDH will plan familiarization sessions with the universities, the relevant architects and engineers associations, public utilities, town and council, city councils, contractors, and many others touched by the building industry. The easy part is done. The challenge will now be how to make the code effective and how to make Belize a better place. This took nearly 5 years to implement, and I am proud of all the people that participated. The engineers and architects from the Ministry of Infrastructure, the Architects Association, the Engineers Association, and all other utility companies. People are scared for change, but we live in a global environment, and we have to raise the standards of construction in this country. We purposely did not dwell into the residential aspect of it because we wanted to make sure that people were not given this idea that this will make construction costs more expensive for them. It will not. It will just make sure that the professionals that are designing the buildings are following a standard that everybody will use. Presently in Belize, we have professionals, and I am one of them. We have professionals coming, unlike the attorneys, we have professionals coming from all different countries in the world. Latin America, including Guatemala, Salvador, Mexico. We have some professionals coming in from the Caribbean. I have an engineer that graduated in the ministry from Australia, to be honest. And everyone is trained in a different way. And everyone has a different code that they were taught in. And so it becomes difficult for the Central Building Authority when you stand in front of somebody and you're trying to evaluate which code are they using. And one is using a code coming from a hurricane region, so you see the reinforcements start looking different. And then another professional is trained in Latin America. For example, Guatemala, where the seismic code is the dominant force. And you see the structures that they are putting forward, and you say, whoa, where are you going with so much steel, my brother? But it is where they are trained. So what we are doing now is bringing this code, localizing it with the guidance and assistance of the International Code Council, to be able to give Belize something that is truly theirs. We would like the participation. I would appreciate the feedback from the opposition. It will not be implemented, as I said, until a year's time when we have thoroughly done our consultation. And then from there we will proceed. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, that bill is referred to the Works Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act to make better provisions for regulating the construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the Honorable Member of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, I would like in this my maiden speech to this Honorable House to thank the voters of the Corozal Bay for their confidence on March 12, 2025. I am greatly honored to represent not only the most beautiful constituency in this country, but also the most beautiful and industrious people, the people of Corozal Bay. To them I say that I shall represent them to the best of my ability, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, this is the Families Bill 2025. I rise to introduce a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Family Courts Act, Chapter 93 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. The Families and Children Act, Chapter 173 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Married Persons Protection Act, Chapter 175 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the establishment, constitution, and jurisdiction of the Family Court, to provide for matters relating to families and children, to provide for matters relating to married persons, to provide for the welfare and protection of older persons, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, can I refer to my notes? This bill represents the realization of one of the pillars of Plan Belize 2020, the family. Today I stand before you with profound hope and resolve as I present the Families Bill 2025, a legislative framework designed not merely to address the challenges of our time, but to reimagine and rebuild the very foundation of our society, the Belizean family. Mr. Speaker, for far too long, our family laws have remained anchored in a framework that no longer reflects the realities of Belizean life. This Families Bill 2025 brings several critical advancements that are practical and forward-thinking. The new bill amalgamates the Families and Children Act, the Family Courts Act, and the Married Persons Protection Act into one law and incorporates for the first time legal protection for the welfare of older persons. First, the Families Bill enhances protection for children. The bill sets out the rights of a child in relation to education, counseling, immunization, balanced diet, clothing, shelter, and medical attention. It protects children from employment that is harmful to their health, education, mental, physical, or moral development. It outlines procedures for guardianship, custody, and maintenance of children, whether born in or out of wedlock, to ensure non-discrimination in relation to children's right to maintenance. It allows relatives to petition the court for guardianship of a child in the event of death of a parent, because currently the surviving parent automatically becomes the guardian, even when a child has had no prior relationship with the surviving parent. It empowers the court to use DNA samples to determine paternity through blood tests, buccal swabs, plucked hair, and saliva, because currently the court can only order blood tests to be used to determine paternity. It also allows for the recognition of the relationship between the child and a parent for the purpose of determining succession of property. It removes prohibitions on a single man adopting a child who is a female, because this prohibition goes against the principle of non-discrimination. It provides protection for children with disabilities so they can be assessed early, offered appropriate treatment, and given equal opportunities in respect of education. It allows for care and supervision orders for vulnerable and abused children to be placed in the care of the Department of Human Development or the Community Rehabilitation Department, where they are to be given protective and rehabilitative services, and sets out the composition and functions of the National Commission for Families and Children in relation to policy development, coordination, and monitoring of Belize's compliance with the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the Families Bill establishes family courts in each judicial district to increase access to justice for those seeking to address family matters. Family matters are heard daily at the family courts in Belize City and in Punta Gorda. In other judicial districts, family matters are only heard on designated days, as criminal and civil matters are heard on the other days. This has resulted in a huge backlog of family matters, as they're not given that special attention that is required and therefore not effectively dealt with. In addition, in the other judicial districts, there are no intake officers or other support staff to assist unrepresented clients when they visit the magistrate court for a family matter. Because there are no specialized family courts in many judicial districts, family cases are delayed, leaving children and other victims of abuse without protection and other services. The new Families Bill establishes specialized family courts in each jurisdiction. This will reduce the backlog of sensitive family cases, enhance protection, and increase the access to justice for vulnerable populations, including children, older persons, and victims of gender-based violence. It will allow for more comprehensive training for magistrates, so they provide focused attention to sensitive family cases without having to divert attention and resources to deal with criminal matters, which are often adversarial rather than reconciliatory, and allow the courts to be better equipped to offer alternative dispute resolution for clients, many of whom are self-represented. The family court will have a duty to endeavor, where it is practicable to do so, to persuade the parties to arrive at a settlement. Additional, Mr. Speaker, the family courts will be permitted to hold virtual hearings that can save the court and its participants, including litigants, witnesses, and attorneys at law, time and costs, by allowing them to attend a hearing without the need to be physically present in the courtroom. This would be especially beneficial to people who live in remote areas or who have mobility issues. Third, Mr. Speaker, the Families Bill introduces a new section that protects the right of our older citizens. There are currently no laws or legal safeguards that specifically address the unique challenges and needs of older persons. Therefore, the rights and needs of older persons are often overlooked, especially for older persons who are physically frail, financially dependent, or vulnerable to physical, psychological, sexual, and even economic abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Belize acceded to the Convention on Older Persons on December 16, 2024. The Families Bill provides the legislation framework for us to implement the provisions of this convention. The Families Bill determines the standard of care and maintenance for older persons or the care facility in which older persons reside. The bill defines older persons to be persons 60 years of age or older, requires the maintenance of older persons, establishes procedures for complaint by or on behalf of older persons where persons entitled to maintain older persons fail to do so, allows for the appointment of a guardian ad litem for older persons who by reason of terminal illness or mental incapacity can no longer make or communicate informed decisions on their own behalf. It prohibits the abuse of older persons. It requires the reporting of any case or suspected case of physical, emotional, or financial abuse of older persons. It established procedures and regulations for home-based or community-based care for older persons, and allows the Family Support and Gender Affairs Department to maintain a register of persons convicted of abuse of an older person. It allows the ministry to keep a register of caregivers of older persons and set codes of conduct for caregivers and other relevant persons, and establishes the National Council for Older Persons to develop policies, coordinate, monitor, and evaluate Belize's compliance with international obligations on protecting the rights of older persons. In summary, Mr. Speaker, the Families Bill 2025 is designed to modernize our legislative framework for child protection, the protection of older persons, and increase access to justice on family matters. I therefore recommend this bill to the House, and I urge all members to vote for the future of Belizean families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, that bill is referred to the Health and Human Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace and consolidate the Family Courts Act, the Families and Children Act, the Married Persons Protection Act, and the Married Persons Protection Act.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Human Development, Family Support and Gender Affairs. I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025. So I rise to introduce a bill to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act number 28 of 2022, to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. Speaker, this bill has the recommendation of Cabinet. With your permission, I'd like to give some background information, Mr. Speaker. So the People's Constitution Commission Act was enacted by the National Assembly and assented to by the Governor General on the 17th November 2022. By its long title, that Act was enacted to provide for the establishment of a People's Constitution Commission to draft and guide the process of promulgating a new constitution of Belize or amendments to the Belize Constitution. The establishment of the Commission was a central manifesto promise of the government in its first term and a central part of the work undertaken by the Ministry with responsibility for the People's Constitution Commission. The Commission submitted to stakeholders the end of March 2025 a draft of the final report that it is intended to submit to the Prime Minister as required by Section 6 of the Act. The final report, the Commission has indicated, will be submitted to the Prime Minister pursuant to Section 6 of the Act on the 26th May 2025. So pursuant to Section 21 of the Act, the report of the Commission is to be laid before the National Assembly within 60 days after the receipt of the report by the Prime Minister. Then by Section 22 of the Act, a referendum shall be conducted where the National Assembly passes a resolution declaring that the matter stated in the report, whether the Belize Constitution should be repealed and replaced or amended, is of sufficient national importance that it should be submitted to the electors for their view through a referendum. The aims of the Act contemplate the members of the National Assembly will engage in serious and thoughtful deliberation of the Commission's recommendations before voting on resolution pursuant to Section 22 of the Act. As things stand, if the report is submitted to the Honorable Prime Minister on the 26th May 2025, the report should be laid before the National Assembly within 60 days, that is by 26 July 2025, with the consequence of debate on the report and the possibility that a national referendum should be required to be held within this year if the National Assembly were to so vote. There are some reasons for militating against the laying of the report of the Commission within 60 days by receipt of the Prime Minister, that is by the 26th May 2025, with the possible consequence of holding and conducting a national referendum within less than 9 months after the holding of a general election. These are, first, time needed for the government and stakeholders to conduct serious and proper analysis and deliberation of the recommendations. Secondly, the considerable financial expenditure and human resources that will be required to conduct a national referendum only months after the Senate and the Public Service had to expend and deploy financial and human resources on a similar scale. Third, the holding of village council elections from May to August 2025. And fourth, possible consequential voter fatigue. With respect to time to conduct a serious and proper analysis, deliberations need to be done by government and stakeholders on the recommendations that will be contained in the final report to be submitted to the Prime Minister. If meaningful debate on the report is to be done by members of the National Assembly, serious and proper analysis and deliberations of the Commission's recommendations, for instance, will mean consideration of whether a particular recommendation would be inconsistent with other provisions in the Constitution, whether the recommendation goes contrary to the basic structure doctrine of a constitutional democracy, or whether a recommendation is inconsistent with international and regional treaty obligations, such as the Treaty of Chamaraguas. These are things which will require time to examine and consider by government and stakeholders to truly give meaningful contribution toward the process and to not simply accept or reject the recommendation on a whim. With respect to the financial and human resource expenditure, the holding and conducting of a referendum is akin to the holding of an election and is a major and expensive exercise. Special allocation had to be made for the holding of the 12th March 2025 general elections in the amount of $4,253,903.38. There was loss of considerable work hours of public officers in order to conduct the general elections, since hundreds of public officers from the public service had to engage in training and preparation for election and post-election duties. This has had an adverse effect on the delivery of service throughout the public service during that period. To have public officers engage in this taxing process only 2 months after the holding of the national general elections will result in a further loss of considerable work hours, be deleterious to the morale of public officers generally, and will consequently adversely impact the delivery of service in the public service. Village council elections which commences in May 2025, is an additional reason justifying a postponing of the laying of the report of the PCC within 60 days of its scheduled receipt of the Prime Minister on the 26th of May. The holding of village council elections from May 2025 to August 2025 will be costing the state approximately $1,526,636.72. As well, public servants again will be deployed across the country to oversee these. Voter fatigue. In light of the fact that general elections was conducted in March 2025 and village council elections scheduled from May to August 2025, the possible holding of a national referendum all within less than a year can lead to consequential voter fatigue and thus undermine the rationale for such a significant national referendum on such an important issue, that is constitutional reform. The phenomenon of voter fatigue is said to arise when voters are asked to vote frequently. Voter fatigue, in turn, is said to cause voter abstention. Though no significant polls have been conducted as yet to determine the reason for the increase in voter abstention, a real possibility that the phenomenon of voter fatigue will infect a national referendum were it to be held within 9 months of the general elections. For these reasons, it is to be seen that laying the report of the Commission within 60 days after receipt by the Prime Minister, as the current law currently requires, is not a reasonable measure at this time. And so this amendment to extend the time is to extend the time of the Prime Minister to lay the report of the Commission before the National Assembly after receipt and to amend it from 60 days to 12 months. This will allow the necessary time for government and stakeholders to seriously and properly review and analyze the PCC recommendations. It will mitigate against possible voter fatigue, and it will mitigate against the need for consequential considerable financial expenditure and human resources of the state to be deployed in such a short time period. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, that bill is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bill for an Act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, motions relating to the business or sittings of the House.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there is a Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, George Price Highway Project, Babapan. Mr. Speaker, I move that it's rising. The House adjourns to Monday, 26 May 2025 at 10 a.m.
Honorable members, the question is that the House, as it's rising today, adjourn to Monday the 26th, May 25th at 10 a.m. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Public business, government business, motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, George Price Highway Project, Babapan to La Democracia section, US $13 million loan motion 2025. I move whereas the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, here referred to as the Kuwait Fund, provides support to Arab and other developing countries by providing concessionary financing and technical assistance for implementation of key development projects and programs. And whereas the government of Belize has requested assistance from the Kuwait Fund for partial financing of the Bemapan to La Democracia section for the rehabilitation works to be done under the George Price Highway Project, hereafter referred to as the project. And whereas this section of the project will comprise the upgrading of the existing 29 kilometers road by increasing the carriageway with width and shoulders to 3.65 meters and 1.5 meters wide on each side, respectively. The project will see the paving of the entire road and shoulders with hot mix asphaltic concrete, and will include improved drainage, the replacement and rehabilitation of several main culvert structures and 2 bridges, as well as 16 new bus lanes, safety provisions, and new signage on the road. And whereas the fund has approved an offer of a loan for the amount of 4 million QAT dinars, equivalent to approximately $13 million to the government of Belize to assist in the financing of the Bamampan to La Democracia section of the project. And whereas the approved funding will be used to finance 47% of the total amount needed for the entire civil works required under the project. And whereas the government of Belize will cover the remaining 53% of the total cost of the civil works for the project through counterpart contribution and possibility of a second loan from the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development. And whereas the terms and conditions of the Kuwait Fund loan offer are as follows: the lender, the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, principal amount $13 million. Disbursement schedule, withdrawals to be made from time to time up to the 31st December 2029. Loan term 21 years, 5 years grace period plus 16 repayment period. Grace period 5 years from effective date of the loan agreement. The repayment period, repayment in 32 equal semi-annual installments of approximately $407,612 commencing 1st October 2030. Purpose to partially fund the upgrade of the Bamapan to La Democracia section of the George Rice Highway, making it climate resilience and in line with international standards, providing the accessibility and movement of people and goods along the corridor, increasing transport efficiency, and reducing the potential recurrence of traffic accidents. The rate of interest is 2% per annum on the principal amount withdrawn and outstanding, and payable semi-annual on the 1st of April and 1st October of each year. Service charge at a rate of 0.5% per annum on the principal amount of the loan withdrawn and outstanding, payable semi-annual annually on 1st April and 1st October of each year. And whereas under the provisions of Section 7 of the Finance and Audit Reform Act 2025, the government of Belize was required to obtain the prior authorization of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for such a borrowing. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly contribute to the enhancement of our major road network in Belize and improve the economic and social development of the settlements along the George Rice Highway, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and with all other documents associated therewith. Mr. Speaker, I pretty much have explained basically what this is all about. But as you know, we have been doing a lot of major works in most of our highways, especially the George Price Highway and the Philip Wilson Highway. And as the number of traffic, as the traffic increases on both highways, it's important for us to be able to keep up with the demands. And in many instances, you can see sometimes a long line of cars and vehicles behind one another because the road is limited in width, and also because the accidents that we have to be able to upgrade. So I am, there's a lot of work that is going to be done on this highway with the making it climate resilience, putting it more culverts so that when it rains, the water can run off very quickly, increasing the the height, widening the shoulders, and so forth. So this work, Mr. Speaker, as I said, it's only a partial financing of it, and the idea is that the QET fund will probably later on we will get the balance, or from, is it OPEC, OPEC, from the OPEC fund. Usually QET SARS and OPEC would step in to be able to finish. So the works will be including upgrading and increasing the carriageway with the width of the road itself, paving the shoulders, roadside drainage for the entire length, replacement and rehabilitation of more than 25 main culvert structures and other climate resilience enhancements, works for 2 bridges, and numerous safety elements along the road. So, Mr. Speaker, it is very important for members of this National Assembly and to be able to support this important infrastructure work that we are doing as we continue to modernize the road network of Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I seek the indulgence of this Honorable House to have the motion taken through all the stages this day.
Honorable Member for Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I express my concerns on this particular motion, I want to assure you, Mr. Speaker, that where I come from, real men wear pink. So please be assured to appease the concerns of your constituents. I also want to take the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to thank sincerely the voters of Albert who have returned me to this honorable house, and to thank my colleagues on this side for voting for me unanimously to be the leader of the opposition. May I say that this is a watershed moment for women and girls in this country, and I commit that I will work to the very best of my ability, not only to defend our democracy and support the work of Parliament, but also to ensure that women and girls in this country understand that they too have a place at the highest levels of our decision making. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure projects are important. They are important in terms of keeping our economy going. They're important in terms of job creation. They're important for safety reasons. This morning, we listened for 2 hours, thereabouts, of the Honorable Member for Orange Walk Central, speaking from promise to performance. While I will not get into the merits or demerits of the budget presentation today, we have received several loans for the fixing of the George Price Highway. Several loans, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to climate resilient infrastructure. And yet, we keep doing the same things over and over and over, expecting a different result. This loan motion is to fix 18 miles of road, or 29 kilometers, from George Price Highway to La Democracia. If we listen to the Prime Minister earlier today, $340 million of our revenues will be invested in infrastructure. Of that amount, 64 million is allocated under Cap 2 for infrastructure projects. Nowhere in the presentation and nowhere in the budget speech that I have perused does it mention that we would, not in Cap 2, not in Cap 3, does it mention this $13 million that we are borrowing from Kuwait? Nowhere, Mr. Speaker, does it speak of the priority that this stretch of road requires. Nowhere does it indicate where the other 53% of this project will come from. So we will start, and as the Prime Minister alluded to in reading the loan motion, the other 53% may come from OPEC, may. We don't know that. So how is it do we justify starting a project that does not have 53% of its funding, not from Cap 2, not from Cap 3, and certainly not guaranteed from OPEC? We, again, on this side of the House, appreciate that there must also be accountability in our procurement processes. What we don't want to see happen with this 18 miles of road is what has happened with those contracts for security at the municipal airstrips, where there was no bidding for those contracts, Mr. Speaker. Transparency and accountability, according to the member from Orange Walk Central, is a hallmark of his administration and should not be sidestepped in the interest of borrowing $13 million US from the Kuwaiti fund. I also have always had an issue with a matter when these bills are presented. It says that this motion has the approval of Cabinet. I want to appeal to my colleagues on the other side of the House. Approval of Cabinet should not signal a rubber stamp. We have a duty and we have a responsibility to the people of Belize. Yes, we need our people to be safe, but we also want to ensure that the projects that we execute on behalf of the Belizean people can withstand the climate conditions that we're facing, and that these projects can be completed so that we don't have to go back time and time again on the promise to performance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Kaya South.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't think I would be debating today, but I will. Let me give you some history. Madam Leader, I'm getting used to the title. My apologies. Since we formed government in 2020, we were looking at priorities as to which road projects were important for the country. We inherited quite a bit of the projects that we are now about to complete from the previous government. Examples of these are the Coastal Highway, the project we are doing from Corozal to Sarteneja, and the Caracol Road. The George Price Highway, as we are all aware, is one of the most important arteries that we have in this country. It will allow us to properly have proper transportation from Belize City to Belmopan and vice versa. It will allow the west and the east and the north to be able to facilitate all the traffic that is now going down south, which will fully take advantage of the coastal. And we are presently doing a resurfacing of the Southern Highway. If you have been down there, we have started from the junction from Dangriga. We are reaching the Kendall Bridge, and we will probably do in this budget up to Placencia. Placencia, and then from Placencia we are planning to go to Independence. Why is that important? That's where the port is, that's where all the traffic is going. And that road has already outlived its time. And we will have to probably do the same on the southern. But the project that we are speaking of is the George Price Highway from Belize City to Belmopan. We were in communication with the Kuwaiti Fund from 2021, and they have always been awesome partners for Belize when it pertains to infrastructure. In fact, they were the ones that originally financed the PGIA way back. They participated with us on the Coastal Highway to a certain extent, and they have done the Caracol in conjunction with the OPEC fund. It took so long because there was political instability in Kuwait. The fund was not in place because they didn't have a government, similar to what you guys on the other side experienced for some time. There was not a surety as to who was the leader. And so no decisions was being made. And so they asked us to please just bear in mind Belize was on top of the list, and so we had to wait. We waited 2022, 2023, until then recently they contacted us and they said, all right, we're ready to go. But they said that initially they would give us the 13.5 from the Kuwait fund, and once that loan is approved, then automatically they would do the second phase. But how it normally works, Madam Chair, is the Kuwaiti fund works in conjunction with the OPEC fund. And the Kuwaiti fund is like the gate opener. Once you get a loan from the Kuwaiti fund, it is more than likely that the OPEC fund will look at you and they will give you their counterpart. And normally the OPEC fund is more than what the Kuwaiti fund would give. So in the Caracol, for example, the Kuwaiti fund gave a percentage, let's say 15%. And then with the Kuwaiti fund being on the board of the OPEC fund, then they give you the rest of the financing. What is good with the Kuwaiti fund is that the interest rate, it's the lowest we have ever experienced, 2%. And that's very good for us. And the payback time is favorable for the country of Belize. So it's not, I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. I'm just explaining to you that the process that we are following to be able to get the loan. Now, the George Price Highway was originally divided into 5 blocks. The first one was the Swing Bridge. The second one was the Belcan Bridge. The third one was from Belize City to Hattieville. The fourth was Hattieville to Democracia. And the fifth was Democracia to Belmopan. We are now only having 3. Why? Because the Swing Bridge, the Japanese government has come forward and they are willing to give that as a grant. We are in the process of communicating with them, the back and forth, to see if that grant would come true. They like the Swing Bridge because of its cultural importance. We had proposed a design. They are looking at another design. They're technologically advanced when it comes to building of these things. We just wanted some, and it's difficult with the swing bridge because any modern structure would have to be raised to a certain level, but that would affect the approach coming out of Queen Street and Albert Street, and so they're looking at all the possibilities. So that would be covered under a grant from the Japanese government. The second one is the Belcan Bridge, which is no longer a part of the blocks that we are explaining because the Ministry of Finance, I believe, is in communication with the Taiwanese government to finance that separately. I believe it is also a grant. And so we are pending now with the last three, which is Belize City to Hattieville, Hattieville to Democracia, and this one that we have gotten the loan, which is Democracia to Belmopan. Why are these three important? Let's start with the Belize City one. You've seen the flooding that happens in Belize City quite often. We grew up there. We know that it is below sea level. We know the problems we have with water stagnating in the city. Well, in the first project, which is the Belize City to Hattieville, we are contemplating serious drainage proposals by where Cisco presently occupies, where Old Belize is, for example, the bridge that is by Hattieville. The idea is to alleviate a lot of the water coming down the Belize River and take it out to the sea before it reaches the city. So that one will be a bit complex. The one from Hattieville to Democracia is not as complex, but still has its normal problems that we face. And then the one that we are doing right now, which has some low-lying areas approaching Belmopan that will be adjusted. We have a low-lying area as you come into Belmopan, and it has two problems. One is the J&W area in Belmopan itself, which we have just put in a bridge to alleviate half of the flooding problem. And with this project, we will be able to put in another drainage area in that specific area coming out of Belmopan that would alleviate that low-lying area, which is also a benefit to Belmopan. In Cabinet, and if I can mention this, Prime Minister, in Cabinet, when we had proposed the loan, a vibrant discussion came up as to why we not consider 4 lanes instead of only 2. We would love to do 4 lanes, but when you do the feasibility study and you look at the traffic that goes back and forth, in any formula that you utilize, economically, a 4 lane for the amount of traffic that Belize has is not there as yet. So any one of the financial institutions, when they do their feasibility study, would look at it and say, yes, it's a novel thing to have, yes, but it doesn't follow the criteria that determines if it should be 4. But we spoke with the engineers out of Kuwait, and we spoke to our local engineers, and we are looking now at possible 3rd lanes, what we call passing lanes. They are used a lot in Latin America, and where they don't have the space to be able to create 4 lanes all the way. So what you do is, like if, for example, you're at mile 10, there will be a sign coming up and say, at mile 12, you have 2 miles where you will have a 3rd lane where you will be able to overtake vehicles, and then you go back to your 2nd lane. And why are these things expensive? Because when the highway goes from point A to point B, not all of the land is public land. And so a lot of the cost for some of the infrastructure projects has to do with the acquisition of property. Government has the right to do it, but government also has to pay market value to whoever owns the property. So that at times becomes the more expensive aspect that one has to look at when you're looking at widening of your existing roadways. And so that's how we got with dealing with Kuwait and the time frame and the assurity that the loans will be there. It's just that it's a matter of phasing it. With the second one, which is the one coming out from Belize City, no, the one from Hattieville to Democracia, CDB has shown interest. In fact, they have gotten to the point where I think their board has already approved that loan. IDB has approached us that they are also interested in the first phase. And the idea of using the Kuwait initially was to establish the 2% because the other lending institutions are a bit higher up. So in reality, we are trying to do the project, but getting the best deal possible, meaning trying to minimize the interest. And I think we have done really well with the first one, and hopefully the other lending institutions will be able to see what we are doing and to appreciate what we are trying to achieve, and hopefully be able to reduce some of the rates that they have. And so that's the evolution of the project. When it pertains to accountability and transparency, I'm so happy that you didn't mention MIDH, because we pride ourselves in doing the open bidding for all these projects. And it's not that we want to, it's because we have to. Both locally and internationally, when MIDH embarks on a project of this type, and when we are dealing with international foreign institutions, there are certain criteria that have to be put in place so that contractors can bid. Not any contractor can bid on these projects. You have to qualify, pre-qualify, and you have to pre-qualify at standards that the international financial institutions establish. And so, amount of projects that you have done in the recent past, because you can't say I did 50 million 20 years ago, it doesn't work. You have to have experience, recent experience of similar projects. You have to have the financial backing to be able to prove to them that you have the money in the bank, that you have the administrative setup, that you have the necessary equipment, and that you have the necessary expertise to be able to do the project. If a local firm cannot follow all of these criteria or live up to it, then they also have the ability to join forces with other firms to be able to come together. You can have maybe a technical firm join with a financial firm to create one so that you can bid. Presently in Belize, projects of this type, there are only, if I am not mistaken, 5 eligible Belizean contractors that can bid on projects of this type. Everybody has said, why? Well, I don't want to bid myself, and Henry Charles, or I want to bid too, and everybody in here would want to bid, but it doesn't work like that. You can't. You have to be able to pre-qualify. And so that's when you get to that stage. And then we have our local way of handling these things. The MIDH cannot give a contract just like that. First, we have to secure the loan. So we come to the House of Representatives, the Prime Minister was the one that presented it, to be able to ask of the government of Belize, asking the people and Parliament for permission to be able to borrow the money. Remember that problem we had with your government where you all were giving out contracts and spending money? I think it was like, Prime Minister, how much was it? $1.5 billion, and you all never came to the House to ask permission to borrow the money. So this is the first stage, that we are coming to the House to ask permission to borrow the money. After the contract has been signed and all the procurement process is done, then the Prime Minister will come again to the House to ask permission to the House to be able to give the contract or to spend the money. That's how the system works. But for us to even get to that point, we do the procurement, which is the open bidding. We put it, we publish it. Bidders come in, they have to pre-qualify. Once they pass the pre-qualification, then the formal bidding does. Then it goes through an engineering evaluation done by the foreign consultants in conjunction with our local consultants. When that is completed, then we go to the Ministry of Finance to seek a no objection. The Ministry of Finance analyzes it and gives us back a letter of no objection. That letter we take to the Contractor General with all the information necessary, and then the Contractor General gives us a no objection. Only then can we go ahead and sign the contract to be able to start work. And then the supervision is done. The supervision is done collaborative effort. We hire international consultants, and we hire local consultants, either from the private sector or from the project execution unit within the Ministry of Infrastructure. At our ministry, in our tenure, we try to use our local professionals from the ministry who have the most experience in supervising infrastructure work when it pertains to roads. They have done more work than any other private consultant in the country. And therefore, we are saving the Belizean people money because we are not bidding out the consultancy service. That is done in-house. And so that is in response to your concern as to the transparency and the accountability of the process that we use to be able to do these works. I hope that clarifies your concern, Leader of the Opposition. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Mesopotamia.
Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, I would like to address the great people of Mesopotamia Division. This is my first block presentation. I've been in the Senate, but I've never gotten a chance to publicly address. Mr. Speaker, members of this House, and most importantly, the good people of Mesopotamia, a very pleasant good afternoon to you all. Standing here today, I feel very humbled and very grateful. You, the people of Mesopotamia, came out and showed your support. You put your trust in me to be your voice. That day, March 12, 2025, wasn't just another election. It was a new beginning for us, a fresh start. I saw so much energy, so much spirit, and when I was out there talking with you all, to all my campaigners, the one who walked every corner of Mess Up, who knocked on doors and shared our plans. You are the guys, you are the real champion. Your hard work made it happen. To everyone who worked on election day, making sure everything was smooth, thank you. Thank you all, you did a great job. I couldn't have done it without you. This win isn't just for me. This win is for every single one of you who believed in me to make Mess Up a better place. We spent a lot of time talking. You told me what's on your minds. I hear you loud and clear. I am ready to work and help fix the problem one at a time. It won't be easy, but we must work together. To the members of this House, I look forward to working with you all. It doesn't matter which party we're from. What matters is that we are all here for Belize. Our country is made out of many races, and we must respect each other and achieve our same goals, a better Belize. I am ready to be part of Parliament and do my part. Mr. Speaker, your task is great in keeping us all in order. It'll be better this time now, okay? Not be like last time. And I will respect this House to be respectful to all. God bless Mesopotamia and God bless Belize. Mr. Speaker, with your kind indulgence, I'd like to ask for permission to refer to my notes. The Kuwaiti Fund for Arab Economic Development, George Price Highway, Belmopanto, La Democracia, $13 million loan motion 2025. I would just like to make this loan motion a little bit more easy for understand to the Belizean people, Mr. Speaker. We are borrowing $13 million to resurface 29 kilometers of road that I believe is fairly in good condition. I just drive on it this morning, and I believe most of the way too, drive on it. What is wrong with the road? Nothing in my opinion. Maybe yes, it might widen it a little bit. Maybe we might put some reflectors, some fluorescent paint to make it much more safe. Isn't there much more areas in Belize that can get a real makeover? There are many roads and streets in towns and cities that needs upgrade. Roads that desperately need TLC, tender loving care, in the villages, Mr. Speaker. There is much more important issues to deal with rather than roads and roads. Healthcare, dialysis, food pantry, or you guys know it as grocery bags, home improvements, maybe the outstanding salary raises for teachers, or any other social safety net programs. I remember a famous quote a while back. We can't eat the street, boss. We can't eat it. Mr. Speaker, 29 kilometers of road is equals to 18 miles for 26 million Belize dollars. And to make matters even more interesting, that for only 47% of the road, what about the next 53%? Mr. Speaker, 47% are 18 miles, they're only 8.5 miles, so we'll do half first, then we'll do the next half afterwards. How will we finance the other 53? But the fine gentleman, the minister from Cairo just explained how we are getting it. Probably we are getting it from OPEC, or probably we are getting it from the Kuwaiti Economic Fund. But will they borrow again? Does the government have the money to cover the 53% if nobody grant with or loan with at concessionary rates? Did the government just borrow over $200 million in the last House meeting? And today, the very first House meeting, will they borrow again? Isn't millions already been spent on this section of the road? The Beaver Dam Bridge is fairly new. The roads from La Democracia to Belmopan already has a lot of infrastructure work. So how you cost so much money, $3 million a mile for refurbish a road? We don't have infrastructure, don't got a lot of stuff. I don't know engineer, but it should not cost $3 million a mile. If government borrows the next 53% to completion, it will be roughly another 14 million US dollars, which is equivalent to $28 million. 28 plus 26 million is equals to 54 million Belize dollars, Mr. Speaker. To resurface La Democracia to Belmopan, $3 million a mile. In my opinion, at the time, it's very unnecessary for spending money on that. We could spend on something else, man. As for helping in healthcare, some other projects. That only road we always have to fix up, man. I believe it's a waste of our taxpayers' money. Our debt will increase again. Mr. Speaker, 2% are a very good rate. Very, very good rate. I hope I could get that at the bank that believes, because, that'll be a very good rate. And of course, 5-year grace period. Excellent. I wish the bank would have given me the same thing too, the grace period. And 16 years to service the debt twice yearly at $407,612 US dollars, which is equals to $815,224 Belize dollars every 6 months. Mr. Speaker, $815,224 times 32 payments is equal to $26,087,168 Belize dollars for only 47% of the road. But that number not add up, Mr. Speaker. The devil is in the details. When you do the calculation at 2% at $26 million after the whole loan has been dispersed, it don't come up to $87,000. That's for sure. Mr. Speaker, it says here that the withdrawals will be made from time to time up to December 31st, 2029. Up to 5 years for withdraw the money to resurface 47% of the road, La Democracia to Belmopan. How long this infrastructure work will take? 5 years? The resurfacing? Mr. Speaker, the service charge is 0.5% per annum. So when we withdraw the full amount of $26 million after 5 years, it will roughly be $130,000 on the declining balance. Mr. Speaker, I urge the government to reconsider this loan and its usage. Spend it where it really belongs, where we really need it, where you come today, that the people will benefit from it, not only roads. And to choose wisely on other loans and put it where it is most needed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Each has their carried streets.
I carried street.
Yes.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
I will be very kind. I'll be very kind to the honorable member from Mesopotamia, because I mean he's really totally confused about what he's talking about. And but I'll just make a few points. The development of a country and its economy is based on its infrastructure. We can't run away from that. Now, maybe the member of Mesopotamia has not been enough on the George Rice Highway, but probably he will now that he has been elected. But maybe he does not realize that this highway is the most dangerous highway we have in this country. This is the highway where I have the most accidents and most people are dying on this highway. This highway connects the north to the west, where most of the commerce comes in, either from the north to the west and vice versa. The amount of trucks and the weight that is going on that road, it no longer can handle it. That road was built, was it in the 70s or 80s? Probably the early 80s that road was built. It has long past its time. The shoulders, salute, the shoulders have been breaking off. As it is right now, presently, this highway does not meet the international standards to be called a highway. And you talk about the price. But I really think before you come and you make these kinds of outlandish remarks because they sound good politically, you should check before and not embarrass yourself. The reason why it is costing that amount is because, well, you have to strengthen the road itself. You'll be putting bridges, you'll be putting culverts, you have to raise it up. But also it's going to be hot mix. It's not going to be the chip and seal we have before. It is going to be hot mix, which is a lot more pricier. But more importantly, you on the other side have no moral authority to stand here and make them kind of outrageous attacks. It was your government that spent $8 million on one road of, not even highway, street, Farmers Road. $8 million. Did I ever hear you say anything about it? And the road is so narrow because you can put sidewalk on both sides that once one vehicle is parked, another vehicle can't pass. So what more authority do you have to come and make the kind of outlandish attacks? I am sure that if you were to go to the honorable member from Cayo South, the minister, and you ask, he will point it out to you. And next it seems that you are not listening to anything that you were saying the whole while, because he went to great lengths to explain to this honorable house, and especially to you on the other side, on the entire process and how the project is broken up into different parts. It's too big to be able to be done on one side. You do it by sections. That's what your previous government was doing also. They never come and do the whole thing in one swoop. They did it by sections. And as to the issue about borrowing, that we borrow more. We borrow, but we pay. We just made a point that in the 4 years when we got into government, Belize owed the loan we had, the public debt was at $4.2 billion, and now it is at $4.42 billion. We have been paying. That's the point. Now you're a businessman. Are you telling me now that once you borrow, you don't borrow again until you don't finish pay off everything? Obviously not, because I think you're a fairly successful businessman. So if you could use that same sense that you have and apply it to government, you'd come up with the same conclusion. The problem has been that for too long, You know, you have to have a business sense when you're managing the people's finances to ensure that you get the best bang out of the money that you're investing. And if you were to apply that very same theory or same practice that you use on your business, you would not come here and then criticize us because they borrow again. We have to be able to improve our highway network. People are dying on that highway. And the economy is growing. We need to make sure that those roads can be able to manage the amount of traffic and the weight that the trucks are taking now on that highway. And that is how it is how they use hot mix. And as to the leader of the opposition, you are right in the sense that this loan is not reflected in the budget. But there is a reason for that. I'm sure you listened to the honorable member from Kaya South, as he explained the entire process. This is a long process, you know. We're not going to the pawn shop where you just sign and then give you one check and you go about with you, or give you cash and you go about with your money. It takes this, by the time this starts to work, quite likely it is going to be reflected in the other budget cycle. Right now, all we're doing is giving the government the approval to be able to go and make this loan. You negotiate with them, and then they tell you, all right, yes, we're prepared to lend you the money. After they tell you that, they don't give you nothing yet, you know. We're not saying nothing yet. Now, we have to come to the National Assembly to get the approval from all of us in here. Once we get that approval, then we go back to them. I think they're coming on next month, no? In June. They're going to be coming here in June. And when they come, they want to see that we have put everything in place so that they could legally lend us this money. So by the time that happens, several months have passed. After that happens, then we have to advertise. And it goes through this whole long process. Now, if we would have just hurry give it to whichever company to build the road, you all on the other side, oh, what should you do? You give it to this one, you give it to that one. We are following the process. So it will take some time. So by the time this process finishes, we'll be coming towards the end of the government's financial year, and quite likely it is going to be kicking in the next financial year. This is what you call long-term planning, and that's exactly what we're doing. So I hope with clarifying all of this, that you on the other side would then also join us in doing something good. This is for the development of this countryman. And I appeal that if, I was hoping that, you could leave that kind of thing behind and could get up, and if something is good, then say so and support us. We have to fix the George Price Highway. If you were here on this side, you would have been doing the very same thing. Mr. Speaker, thanks, and I urge that all members of the National Assembly would approve and support us in this motion.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. Honorable members, the question is that this motion be taken through all its stages this day. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Inter-American Development Bank third general increase in authorized capital stock of the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest, subscription motion 2025. I move, whereas believes as a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB, the bank, and the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest, both being institutions under the IDB Group, and whereas the Board of Governors of the IDB and IDB Invest on 10th March 2024 adopted resolution CII AG 524, which approved a US $3.5 billion general capital increase in the authorized capital stock of the bank to enable the bank to support a new business model for IDB Invest to carry out its development purposes and functions. And whereas in accordance with the resolution, Belize is required to subscribe to 130 new CGI II shares, or 1 shares, pick one, for IDB Invest, expressed in United States dollars at the rate of US $21,000 per share, amounting to a total of $2,730,000. $2,730,000. Whereas payment for these shares is to be done in equal annual installments over a period of 7 years, commencing 30th November 2025, with each annual installment payment totaling US $390,000. And whereas there is no specific provision in the International Financial Organization Act, Chapter 265 of the Laws of Belize, or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to subscribe to such shares or make such contributions, and whereas consequently, the government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution for the subscription and payment of Belize's additional GCI allocated shares of IDB Invest. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instrument of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines. As way of explanation, Mr. Speaker, the Inter-American Development Bank Belize is entitled to benefit from the Multilateral Investment Fund, which is administered by the IDB. The MIF, which funds the IDB Lab, has a pivotal role in supporting innovation to address development challenges, fostering opportunities for poor and vulnerable populations, catalyzing dynamic economic growth, mitigating climate change, and advancing gender equality and diversity in the Latin America and the Caribbean region. Since its inception, the MIF has been replenished periodically, and on March 2024, the IDB Board of Governors decided to replenish the fund for a fourth round in a sum of US $400 million. Belize has been notified that its contribution to the MIF fourth is US $691,699.60 US, payable in 3 equal annual installments of $230,566.53 US dollars, starting July 2025. Belize will benefit from the MIF by way of the IDB Lab through access to financing, technical advice, trainings, and converging and leveraging power that will assist in the development and implementation of policies, programs, and reforms that align with the focal areas of government's development agenda. In March 2024, the Board of Governors of IDB also approved a US $3.5 billion increase in the bank's authorized capital stock for IDB Invest to support a new business model for IDB Invest. IDB Invest is a private sector arm of the IDB. It finances private sector investments in its member states, including Belize. IDB Invest during our administration to date has entered into over $100 million in financing arrangements with private sector businesses in Belize, including in the agricultural, banking, and utilities sector. As a member of IDB and IDB Invest, Belize is required to subscribe to 130 of the new allocated shares at a cost of $21,000 US dollars per share, amounting to a total of US $2,730,000. Payment of these shares is to be done in equal annual installments of US $390,000 over a period of 7 years, commencing November 30th, 2025. Like the MIF, Belize's subscription to its additional shares will enable greater access to financing and technical assistance that will help to advance implementation of government's planned medium-term development strategy through support and financing of the private sector. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the support of this Honorable House on these two subscription motions.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I just explained in my notes, I did it in both motions. But this is subscription for the Multilateral Fund for Inter-American Development Bank Subscription Motion 2025. I move, whereas Belize is a member of the Inter-American Development Bank, the bank, and by virtue of its membership, Belize has the right to benefit from the bank's Multilateral Investment Fund, MIF, which was established for the purpose of supporting economic growth and poverty reduction in its member countries. And whereas there has been successful establishment and implementation of MIF-1, there was later replaced by MIF-2 and subsequently MIF-3, which is currently ongoing and which was recently renewed until 12 March 2026. And whereas the member countries of the bank, in recognition of the vital role of entrepreneurial innovation in addressing development challenges, fostering opportunities for poor and vulnerable populations, catalyzing dynamic economic growth, mitigating climate change, and advancing gender equality and diversity in the Latin American and Caribbean region, agreed to the establishment of a fourth Multilateral Investment Fund, MIF-4, in a total sum of US $400 million. And whereas the Board of Governors of the Bank on 10th of March 2024 adopted Resolution AG 824, CII AG 624, and MIF DE 724, which approved the establishment of the MIF-4, which shall govern the assets and liabilities of the MIF-3, and support the continuation of its activities through the purpose stated above. And whereas, as per the norm, the replenishment of the MIF will be made up of contribution commitments by donor member countries of the bank. And whereas Belize's allocated contribution to MIF-4 is US $691,690.60, to be paid in 3 equal annual installments of US $230,566.53, of which the first installment will be due and payable in July 2025. And whereas there is no specific provisions in the International Financial Organization Act, Chapter 265 of the laws of Belize, or any other law to enable the Minister of Finance to make such contributions, and whereas, consequently, the government of Belize is desirous of obtaining the approval of the National Assembly by way of a resolution before making such contributions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions to MIF-4 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my first presentation, I explained both motions. So, thank you.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Finance and Economic Development Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the official Charities Fund Motion 2025. I move be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,595,089 from the official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix C of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2026.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Committee of Supply for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the establishment of the National Assembly Staff Committee Motion 2025. I move whereas Section 3(1) of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14, Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, establishes a National Assembly Staff Committee consisting of the Speaker of the House of Representatives, or in his absence, the Deputy Speaker, 3 members of the House of Representatives, the President of the Senate, and 1 other member of the Senate nominated by the Senate, and 1 member of the staff of the National Assembly, or 1 other person who is not a member of the staff of the National Assembly, nominated by the staff of the National Assembly. And whereas Section 3(1)(b) of the National Assembly Staff Act, Chapter 14, Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, provides that the 3 members of the House of Representatives forming part of the National Assembly Staff Committee shall be nominated by the House. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House hereby nominates the Honorable Dolores Balderramos Garcia, the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, and the Honorable Tracy Panton to be members of the National Assembly Staff Committee.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Announcement by the Speaker.
Honorable members, it has been agreed that the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development, George Price Highway Project, Belma Panto La Democracia, Section US 13 million, Loan Motion 2025 passed this day. As you are aware, Understanding Order number 74, all proposed legislation, messages, petition, motions, and other matters relating to the subject mentioned under the title of each standing committee shall be referred to the House, to such committee for examination, consideration, and report to the House. For this to be done, other than by suspension or standing order, it's for me to suspend today's sitting to enable the Finance and Economic Development Committee to examine, consider, and report to the House on that motion. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The sitting is therefore suspended until the Finance and Economic Development Committee has concluded its business.
Presentation of reports from committee.
I recognize the Honorable Chairperson of the Finance and Economic Development Committee.
Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lay on the table sessional paper number HR 3/1/14, report from the Finance and Economic Development Committee on the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development George Price Highway Project, Belmopan to La Democracia section for US dollars 13 million, loan motion 2025. Thank you.
Honorable members, that report is ordered to lie on the table.
Public business, government business, motion.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move now therefore be it resolved that this Honorable House being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly contribute to the enhancement of a major road network in Belize and improve the economic and social development of the settlements along the George Price Highway, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for Arab Economic Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorizes the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore, be it resolved that this Honorable House, being satisfied that the loan proceeds would significantly contribute to the enhancement of a major road network in Belize and improve the economic and social development of the settlements along the George Price Highway, approves and confirms that the government of Belize may enter into a loan agreement with the Kuwait Fund for the Arab Economic Development on the terms and conditions set out above, and further authorize the Minister of Finance to execute and deliver the said loan agreement and all other documents associated therewith. All those members in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for being a rookie, I must congratulate you. You did quite well today in keeping things going and smoothly. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable Member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise this afternoon, to register a matter of public concern. And that really has to do with an urgent need for the revisiting of some kind of investigation being done as it relates to the election process. I start by saying that we on this side recognize the voices of the people. They spoke and they re-elected the People's United Party to governance, and they also recognize the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister, the member for Orange Walk Central. But it would be remiss of me if I did not speak, Mr. Speaker, on what we considered egregious irregularities, procedural inconsistencies, and what appeared to us as an orchestrated electoral fraud. Let me say corruption on steroids. I speak, Mr. Speaker, from my own experience in Albert, where there were prominent POP officials and cronies who were blatantly giving obscene amounts of monies to voters to vote in a particular fashion. It happened in Albert, it happened in Collet, it happened in Messop, it happened in Queen Square. I was told by a colleague over that side, on the government side, that why complain about buying of votes when both political entities have done it? It doesn't make it right. And what we have pledged to do in this honorable House is ensure that our democracy works for all Belizeans, not just those who have heavy pockets. Another procedural inconsistency that I experienced in Albert was the great number of all of a sudden able men and able women who suddenly had a disability. They couldn't hear, they couldn't see, they couldn't speak, they couldn't walk. They had to be escorted into the polls by a POP operative to vote. We complained bitterly to the public officers and returning officers and the police officers that were on the ground. And it seemed to me that these public officials who are tasked with the responsibility of safeguarding our electoral processes and tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that our democracy works for all were compromised. We had a situation where voters who were called into question because of illegitimate addresses, and I speak specifically to Cayo North, where there was a case in the lower court and a case in the higher court that was not resolved, where voters remained on the voters list, not where they were transferring from, but where they were transferring into and allowed to vote. Unacceptable. 400 names were questioned. The magistrate made a ruling on over 120 names. Those names were to be kept in abeyance, but those persons were allowed to vote, not in their old constituency, but in their new constituency, even though the court made a ruling on that matter. Mr. Speaker, there is also the issue of public officers dressed in political attire, using the resources of the government on election day. Blue-plated vehicles being used to run activities for the government. Abuse of proxy voting. In my constituency, Mr. Speaker, there was I can speak you wanted to ask a question, member? Please do. We have to address these things. If you care about this democracy, you'd want to have this conversation. Today for me, tomorrow for you, and we wouldn't want to have that. We have, you don't believe your own rhetoric. That is what happens when you start to drink your own Kool-Aid. Abuse of proxy voting, where I know of one voter who is not a public officer, who was not assigned election duties on that day, who went to vote and was told that there was a proxy voter who voted for her already. And they provided proof of that. Some of the voters' names were legitimate voters in constituencies, but somehow disappeared out of the list, transferred to other constituencies without any explanation. None at all. I was standing at the information desk for the Election and Boundaries Commission when one gentleman, better known as Peel-Off, came to vote. He's a voter in Albert, or was a voter in Albert, Jerome Mejia. I refer to him as Peel-Off, as the country knows him. And his name was not on the list. He's not a voter for the UDP. Let me be clear. His name was not on the list. He had his voter card and he insisted that his name was on the list and should have been on the list. He would not have voted for me. And eventually, the information officer says to Mr. Mejia, after getting the signal from a PUP operative that this is our voter, let me call the office to check. So she called the number, and someone answered on the other side, and she said, thank you. I couldn't hear what the other side, and she said, Mr. Peel-Off, Mr. Mejia, you can vote. Just take this note in to the returning officer, and you can vote. No. So I asked, Mr. Speaker, what number was called? And who was authorized to put a name on the list that was not on the list to vote on election day? The officer explained to me, Mr. Speaker, that I must call the chief election officer if I wanted a response. So I did, in front of the officer, a public officer who works for Election and Boundaries Commission. And the chief election officer couldn't explain to me which number was called, which database was reviewed, who provided the authority for Jerome Mejia, aka Peel-Off, to vote. I say these things because I really think if we are going to graduate to a more mature political system, if we are going to find ways to have a bipartisan approach to solving the issues of this country, if we are going to find opportunities to collaborate in the interests of nation building, Mr. Speaker, we cannot regularize and we cannot normalize the kind of irregularities that was evident on election day. I have spent the last 2 months visiting the 31 constituencies in Belize. And yes, I have been, I may call you, but they say you were not in town. Yes, check with Maggie, And in every constituency, we receive similar reports. We have expressed our concerns to the OAS mission. We have expressed our concerns to the U.S. Chargé d'Affaires who came to have that discussion with me on the election process, and I wish to raise it in this National Assembly. The soul of this nation cannot be for sale. And if you are doing your work, you will be returned to office. There is no need for the kind of blatant, obscene, it was obscene. There were containers, Mr. Speaker, that had household effects, televisions, washing machines, refrigerators. No, I'm talking about the last election. Yes, sir. Giving away as an incentive to voters in Conchel Bay to vote in a particular fashion. I don't make up those stories, Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker. I witnessed it with my own eyes. And so I'm calling on your administration. I'm calling on the minister responsible for the public service, responsible for the Election and Boundaries Commission. I'm calling on all colleagues in this honorable House. Don't become so arrogant that you disregard and you dismiss the democratic processes and principles on which this nation stands proudly as a sovereign nation and people. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if it is because the leader of the opposition is reeling from her recent loss in the High Court, where the High Court found that the convention held in October was invalid. Therefore, her declaration as leader was invalid. Therefore, the candidates that were placed in certain constituencies may be challenged for being invalid. I don't know if that's the reason why she's standing up today to bring up this matter on adjournment. But I can say this, Mr. Speaker, and I ask the leader of the opposition to explain to the Belizean people, to explain to this honorable House, how it is that in the Albert Division, you have 109 persons registered at 46 West Calais Canal. You have 87 persons registered at number 4 Yarborough Road, and maybe the granddaddy of them all. You have 82 persons registered at 56 Regent Street. Are you familiar with that address, leader of the opposition? 82 persons registered. So, Mr. Speaker, while I welcome the comments in terms of strengthening our electoral process, strengthening our electoral laws, I think that it's important that the leader of the opposition answers those questions before she raises those matters here in the Honorable House. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, thank you for the session today. The question is that the House do now adjourn All those in favor, kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against, kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. The House now stands adjourned.